the 247 AM Yamanote Line. My name is Kenji Matsuda, and I work the night shift at a family mart near Ikebukuro Station. I'm telling you this story because I need someone to understand what happened to me, even though I know how it sounds. 3 months ago, I thought the worst part of my job was dealing with drunk salarymen buying convenience store fried chicken at 2 in the morning. Now I know there are much worse things than that. It started in late October of 2024. I'd been working nights for about 6 months, saving money for university while living in my parents' tiny apartment in Nerima. The pay wasn't great, but night shifts meant I could study during the day when it was quiet. My manager, Tanaka-san, was understanding about my schedule as long as I kept the store clean and didn't let anyone steal beer. The problem was getting home. The last Yamanote line runs just after midnight, and my shift didn't end until 2 in the morning. Usually, I'd crash on the break room couch and catch the first train at 5, but that meant losing precious study time. I'd started walking home instead, a brutal hour-and-a-half trek through empty Tokyo streets. My mother worried constantly about me walking alone so late. But what choice did I have? That particular Tuesday night, I was exhausted. I'd had a major exam the day before and hadn't slept well. Around 2:30, while restocking the refrigerated section, I noticed an unusual number of people walking past the store windows, all heading toward the station. This struck me as odd, since the trains had stopped running hours ago. Curiosity got the better of me. During my break, I walked over to Ikebukuro Station. The main entrances were locked, of course, but I could see people descending the stairs to the platform level. They moved with the purposeful stride of commuters who knew exactly where they were going. Business suits, briefcases, the whole routine. I followed them down through an entrance I'd never noticed before, one that seemed to be tucked between two shops in a way that made it nearly invisible unless you were looking for it. The ticket gates stood open, and I walked through without thinking about it. The platform was crowded with people waiting for the train. They stood in neat lines, checking their phones, adjusting their ties, exhibiting all the familiar behaviors of Tokyo commuters. But something felt wrong. The air was too cold, and there was a strange silence beneath the normal station sounds. People weren't talking to each other, weren't making eye contact. They just stood there, waiting. At exactly 2:47, I heard the familiar sound of an approaching train. The announcements played as normal. The next train is a Yamanote Line train bound for Shimbashi. Please stand clear of the doors. But the voice sounded hollow, like it was coming from very far away. The train pulled in, and it looked perfectly normal. Green stripe, clean windows, the usual Yamanote Line design. The doors opened with that familiar pneumatic hiss, and the waiting passengers filed aboard in orderly fashion. I hesitated for a moment, but then thought, why not? A free ride home would save me the long walk. I stepped aboard. The interior looked exactly like every other Yamanote Line car I'd ever been in. The same blue seats, the same advertisements for cram schools and vitamin drinks, the same electronic route map above the doors. The passengers settled into their seats or found places to stand, just like any normal commute. But as the train began to move, I started to notice things that made my stomach turn cold. The businessman next to me was reading a newspaper, but the pages were completely blank. The office lady across from me was checking her phone, but the screen was black. A student near the door was wearing headphones, but there was no cord connecting them to any device. And then I looked at the windows. During the day, train windows show you the city passing by. At night, they mostly show your own reflection and those of your fellow passengers. But these windows showed something else entirely. In the glass, I could see the same passengers, but they looked different. The businessman's face was crushed and bloody. The office lady's body was twisted at an impossible angle. The student's neck was clearly broken. They were all there, all maintaining their normal commuter behaviors, but their reflections showed how they had died. I tried to stand up, to move to a different car, but my legs wouldn't obey me. I was stuck in my seat, forced to watch as the train traveled through tunnels that didn't exist on any map I knew. The route display showed stations I'd never heard of. Limbo, between, final stop. The train began to fill up at each stop. More passengers got on, all of them maintaining the same eerie normalcy. All of them showing their death wounds in the windows. A salaryman with his head caved in. A student with rope marks around her neck. An elderly woman whose body was clearly broken from a fall. I realized I was riding with people who had killed themselves by jumping in front of trains. The worst part wasn't their appearance, though. It was how normal they acted. They checked their watches, arranged their belongings, even gave up their seats for elderly passengers. They were still following the social rules that had governed their lives, even in death. As we traveled, I began to understand something horrible. This wasn't just a ghost train. It was a continuation of their final commute, the one that had ended when they stepped in front of a real train during rush hour. They were trapped in that last journey, forever riding the rails they had chosen as their exit from life. And somehow, I had become part of it. The train finally stopped at a station that looked exactly like the one where I'd boarded, but felt completely different. The doors opened, and the passengers began to file out in the same orderly fashion. I found I could move again, and I stumbled off the train, desperate to get back to the world I understood. But when I reached street level, something was wrong. It was still 2:47 in the morning, the same Tuesday night. The same people were walking toward the station, moving with that purposeful stride. I ran back to the Family Mart, my heart pounding. The store was exactly as I'd left it, down to the half-restocked refrigerator. But when I checked the security cameras, they showed me standing behind the counter the entire time. I had never left. The next night, I told myself it had been a dream brought on by exhaustion. But at 2:47, I found myself walking toward the station again. My body moved without my conscious decision, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't resist. The same hidden entrance, the same waiting passengers, the same train. This time, I paid closer attention to the other riders. I started to recognize some of them from news reports I'd seen over the years. The Waseda University student who had jumped at Takadanobaba in 2022. The Toyota employee who had ended his life at Shinbashi during the economic downturn. Dozens of others whose final moments had briefly made the news before being forgotten by everyone except their families. But they hadn't forgotten. They were still commuting, still following the routines that had defined their lives right up until the moment they chose to end them. Night after night, I found myself on that train. I tried staying awake, tried locking myself in the Family Mart storage room, tried going home early. Nothing worked. At 2:47, I would be on that platform, boarding that train. Gradually, I began to change. I started carrying a briefcase to work, even though I had no use for one. I found myself checking a watch I'd never owned. I began standing in perfectly straight lines, just like the other passengers. The most terrifying part was that I began to understand why they had made their choice. During those ghostly commutes, I could feel their despair, their exhaustion, their sense that the endless cycle of work and sleep and work again was a prison they would never escape. The train offered a kind of freedom, even if it meant being trapped forever in that last journey. My grades started slipping. I stopped talking to my friends, stopped calling my parents. All I could think about was 2:47, and the relief I felt when the train doors closed and I was surrounded by people who understood the weight of simply existing in modern Tokyo. It was my mother who saved me, though she never knew it. She started calling the store every night at 2:30, just to check that I was all right. When she called and I wasn't there to answer, she came looking for me. She found me standing on the platform with the other passengers, waiting for the phantom train. I don't know what she saw, whether the entrance was visible to her or if she found me standing in what looked like an empty construction zone. But she grabbed my arm and pulled me away just as the train was arriving. The next morning, I quit my job. I couldn't risk being near that station at 2:47 ever again. My mother helped me find work at a different convenience store in Shibuya, far from the Yamanote Line. But the compulsion never fully went away. Even now, months later, I feel the pull at 2:47 every morning. I've learned to be elsewhere at that time, to be around people who can anchor me to the living world. I've started seeing a counselor, though I can't tell her the real reason I need help sleeping. Sometimes, when I'm riding the Yamanote Line during normal hours, I look at my fellow passengers differently. The exhausted salarymen, the stressed students, the overworked office ladies. I wonder how many of them feel that weight, that sense that the endless cycle might be easier to escape than to endure. And I wonder how many of them, at 2:47 in the morning, find themselves standing on platforms that shouldn't exist, waiting for trains that offer a journey with no return. The phantom Yamanote Line is still running. It runs every night at exactly 2:47, collecting passengers who chose the tracks as their exit from a world that demanded too much and offered too little in return. They're still commuting, still following the patterns that defined their lives, trapped forever in the routine that was both their prison and their escape. I tell this story as a warning. If you work late shifts, if you find yourself near a train station in the early morning hours, if you feel that weight pressing down on you until it seems unbearable, remember that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And if you ever find yourself standing on a platform at 2:47 in the morning, surrounded by commuters who seem just a little too quiet, a little too still, don't get on that train. Some journeys are meant to last forever, and not all of them lead home. Apartment 203's window view. My name is Yuki Tanaka, and I'm a third-year literature student at Sophia University. I found what I thought was the perfect apartment in February of 2024, just before the spring semester started. Looking back now, I should have questioned why such a nice place was so cheap. In Tokyo, when something seems too good to be true, there's usually a very good reason. The apartment was in Koenji, a 20-minute train ride from campus. It was a small, one-room unit on the third floor of a modest building, but what made it special was the view. The large window and tiny balcony faced directly onto the Chuo Line tracks, giving me a perfect vantage point to watch the trains come and go. As a student, always running late for morning classes, I figured this would be ideal. I could literally see my train approaching and time my departure perfectly. The rent was almost 40% below market rate for the area. When I asked the real estate agent Sato-san about the discount, he gave me a vague explanation about previous tenant circumstances and quickly moved on to discussing the lease terms. I was too excited about finding affordable housing to press him for details. My parents had been worried about me moving to Tokyo for university, both because of the expense and their concern about me living alone for the first time. This apartment seemed like the answer to both problems. I signed the lease that same day. The first few weeks were wonderful. The apartment was small but perfectly functional, with a tiny kitchen, a bathroom with a proper tub, and enough space for my futon, desk, and bookshelf. The best part was sitting by the window in the evening, watching the commuter trains pass by every few minutes. The rhythmic sound was soothing, and I found it helped me concentrate on my studies. My daily routine quickly centered around the train schedule. I'd wake up to the sound of the 6:15 express, shower during the gap before the 6:42 local, and leave for the station just as the 7:08 was pulling in. In the evening, I'd return home on the 7:23 and settle in at my desk to work on assignments, while the evening rush continued outside my window. It was during my third week in the apartment that I first noticed something odd. I was studying at my desk around 7 in the evening when the 7:23 local pulled up to the nearby platform. As the train slowed down, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in one of the car windows. But instead of seeing myself hunched over my textbooks, I saw a woman in a dark business suit standing on my balcony. I turned around immediately, my heart racing, but the balcony was empty. When I looked back at the train, my reflection showed normally just me in my university sweatshirt, looking confused and a little frightened. I told myself it had been a trick of the light, maybe a reflection from another apartment overlapping with mine. But the image had been so clear, so specific. The woman had been wearing a navy blue suit with a white blouse, her hair pulled back in a neat bun. She'd been standing perfectly still, facing the tracks. The next evening, I positioned myself at the window a few minutes before the 7:23 arrived. I wanted to see if the strange reflection would appear again. As the train approached and its windows began to reflect the apartment building, I watched carefully. There she was again, the same woman, in the same navy suit, standing in the same position on my balcony. But this time, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. She was looking directly at me through the train window reflection, and her expression was one of profound sadness, mixed with something that looked almost like recognition. I spun around to check the actual balcony still empty. When I looked back at the train, the reflection showed only me, pale and shaking. That night, I called my friend Mei-chan from university. She'd helped me apartment hunt and had been envious of my great find. I tried to explain what I'd been seeing without sounding completely crazy. "Maybe it's someone from another floor," she suggested. "You know how reflections can be weird with all those windows." But I knew what I'd seen. The woman had been standing on my balcony, not someone else's. The next day, I decided to do some investigating. I started by talking to my neighbor across the hall, an elderly woman named Watanabe-san, who had lived in the building for over 20 years. She was usually very friendly, always greeting me politely when we passed in the hallway. When I mentioned seeing someone on my balcony in the train window reflections, her demeanor changed completely. She became very quiet and excused herself quickly, but not before I caught a look of what seemed like fear in her eyes. Frustrated and increasingly worried, I went to the building superintendent, Kimura-san. He was a kind man in his 60s who took good care of the property and had been helpful when I'd moved in. I found him tending to the small garden behind the building. "Kimura-san," I began carefully, "I wanted to ask about the apartment I'm renting. Number 203. Do you know anything about the previous tenant?" His expression grew serious, and he glanced around as if making sure we couldn't be overheard. "Tanaka-san," he said quietly, "there are some things about that apartment you should know. The previous tenant, Nakamura-san, she was a very nice woman. An office worker, always polite, never caused any problems." He paused, clearly struggling with how much to tell me. "She lived there for 3 years, but last spring, she became troubled. Work stress, I think. She started working very late, coming home on the same train every night at 7:23. We would see her standing on her balcony sometimes, just looking at the tracks. My stomach began to tighten with dread. What happened to her?" Kimura-san looked down at his hands. "One evening in May, she didn't come home from work. The next morning, the police came. There had been an incident on the tracks, right below your balcony. A woman in a business suit had..." He didn't need to finish. I understood. "The real estate company is required to disclose this information for 3 years," he continued. "That's why the rent is reduced. Many people won't live in a Jiko-buken apartment, especially one where it happened so close." I felt sick. I'd been living in an apartment where the previous tenant had committed suicide, and nobody had told me. Worse, I'd been seeing her every evening at the exact time she used to come home from work. That night, I seriously considered breaking my lease and moving out immediately. But I couldn't afford to lose my deposit, and finding another apartment I could afford would be nearly impossible. My parents had already stretched their budget to help with my living expenses. I decided to try to ignore whatever was happening. I would avoid looking at the train windows during the evening rush hour. I would keep my curtains closed at 7:23. I would pretend that Nakamura-san had never existed. But ignoring her didn't make her go away. Even with the curtains drawn, I began to feel her presence on the balcony every evening at 7:23. It started as just a sensation, a cold spot near the window that made me shiver even when the heater was running. But gradually, it became stronger. I would hear footsteps on the balcony, soft but distinct. The sliding door would rattle slightly, as if someone were testing the handle. Sometimes I could swear I heard the rustle of clothing, the sound of someone moving around in the small space outside. The worst part was that I began to understand why she had made her choice. Living alone in that apartment, studying late into the night, watching the same trains pass by every day, I started to feel the weight of the routine, the sense that every day was exactly like the one before. The view that had initially seemed like such a bonus began to feel like a constant reminder of time passing, of opportunities missed, of a life spent watching other people go places while I remained stationary. My grades started to slip. I had trouble concentrating on my coursework, constantly distracted by thoughts of Nakamura-san and what her life must have been like in those final weeks. I imagined her coming home every night on the 7:23, standing on the balcony, feeling trapped in a cycle she couldn't break. And then, one evening in early April, something changed. I had fallen asleep at my desk while working on an essay about modern Japanese literature. I woke up around 11 to find myself standing on the balcony in my pajamas, my hands gripping the railing. I had no memory of getting up, opening the sliding door, or walking outside. The night air was cold, and I was shivering violently. Below me, the train tracks stretched out in both directions, illuminated by the station lights in the distance. For a moment, I felt a strange sense of peace, as if all my worries about school and money and the future had simply evaporated. Then I realized where I was and stumbled back inside, my heart pounding. The next night, I made sure to go to bed early and lock the sliding door before I went to sleep. But I woke up on the balcony again, this time holding my phone and checking the time. It was exactly 7:23, but this was 7:23 in the morning, not evening. I began to realize that Nakamura-san wasn't just appearing in the train window reflections. She was trying to continue her routine through me. I started sleeping with the apartment door chained shut and the balcony door locked and blocked with a chair. But it didn't matter. I would still wake up, having moved the obstacles in my sleep, standing on the balcony at 7:23, either morning or evening, feeling that same strange sense of peace and resignation that was definitely not my own. During the day, I researched everything I could about suicide and spiritual possession. I learned about the Buddhist concept of hungry ghosts, spirits trapped by their attachments to the world of the living. I read about cases where people who died by suicide were believed to be bound to the location of their death, doomed to repeat their final actions. I also learned about the Japanese belief that people who die in states of extreme emotional disturbance can become onryo, vengeful spirits that influence the living. But Nakamura-san didn't feel vengeful. She felt lost, trapped in the routine that had been her entire life. Finally, I decided I needed professional help. Not from a psychiatrist, though I was beginning to think I might need one of those too, but from someone who understood spiritual matters. Through an online forum, I found a Buddhist monk named Yoshida-san, who specialized in helping people with supernatural problems. When I called him and explained my situation, he didn't sound surprised. Jiko Buken apartments often have these problems, he told me. The spiritual energy of a traumatic death can linger for years. It sounds like you've become spiritually entangled with the previous tenant's final routine. He agreed to visit the apartment and assess the situation. When he arrived the next afternoon, he spent a long time examining the balcony and the view of the tracks. He paid particular attention to the angle at which the train windows would reflect the building. "The positioning is very unfortunate," he said finally. "The previous tenant's spirit is using the train window reflections as a spiritual mirror, trying to maintain her connection to this world through her evening routine. Because you've been living in her space and following a similar schedule, she's been able to influence your behavior." He performed a purification ritual, burning incense and chanting sutras while placing protective talismans around the apartment. He paid special attention to the balcony door and the window. "This should help contain her influence," he explained. "But complete removal of the spiritual contamination would require more intensive work, and it's very expensive. For now, these measures should prevent her from compelling you to the balcony." The ritual did help, but it didn't solve the problem entirely. I no longer found myself sleepwalking to the balcony, but I still saw Nakamura-san in the train window reflections every evening at 7:23. And I still felt her sadness, her sense of being trapped in a life that had become unbearable. I began to change my routine, taking different trains and avoiding being in the apartment at 7:23 whenever possible. I spent more time at the university library, stayed late at coffee shops, anything to avoid being home when she appeared. But I couldn't avoid her entirely. This was my home, my life, and I couldn't let fear drive me away from the apartment I needed and could afford. Instead, I learned to coexist with her. I would acknowledge her presence when I saw her in the train windows, sometimes even speaking to her softly, telling her that I understood her pain, but that she needed to let go. I began leaving small offerings on the balcony: incense, flowers, sometimes a cup of tea that I hoped might bring her comfort. Gradually, her appearances became less frequent and less intense. She was still there, but she seemed less agitated, less desperate to continue her routine through me. I'm still living in apartment 203, though I'll be graduating soon and will finally be able to move somewhere else. The rent is still discounted, and I've grown used to sharing the space with Nakamura-san's memory. I've learned to respect her presence while maintaining my own identity and goals. Sometimes I wonder, what would have happened if I hadn't sought help, if I had let her routine completely overtake mine? Would I have ended up like her, standing on that balcony one evening and making the same final choice? I tell this story as a warning to other students looking for cheap housing in Tokyo. Always ask why the rent is low. Always research the history of your apartment. And if you find yourself in a Jiko-buken property, respect the spirits who came before you, but don't let their pain become your own. The 7:23 train still passes by every evening, and sometimes I still see her reflection in its windows. But now, instead of fear, I feel a kind of sad understanding. We're both just trying to get through each day, she in death and I in life, sharing the same small space and the same view of the tracks that took her away. Some evenings, when I see her standing there in her navy business suit, I bow slightly toward the window. It's a small gesture of respect for someone whose pain I came to understand too well. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see her bow back. The Last Train Conductor. My name is Hiroshi Yamada, and I work as a conductor for JR East on the Chuo line. Or rather, I used to work there in the way most people understand employment. What I do now is harder to explain, though I suppose I'm still technically conducting trains, just not the kind that appear on any official schedule. I started my job in March of 2024, fresh out of the Railway Technical School. At 24, I was older than most new hires, having spent a few years after high school trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. My father had been a station master for 30 years before retiring, and he'd always encouraged me to consider railway work, stable employment. He'd say, honest work that serves the community. The training period went smoothly. I learned the routes, the safety procedures, the proper way to announce stops and handle passenger emergencies. My supervisors seemed pleased with my progress, and I was assigned to conduct various services on the Chuo line, including some of the late-night runs that more senior conductors preferred to avoid. It was during my first week of independent duty that I was assigned to conduct the final westbound service of the night. Train number 4, 729, departing Shinjuku at 11:47 p.m. and terminating at Takao at 12:53 a.m. It wasn't a particularly popular run, mostly shift workers heading home, the occasional late-night reveler, and people who'd missed the earlier trains. On my first night conducting this service, I noticed her. She boarded at Kichijoji Station, always from the third car, always taking the same seat by the window on the left side. An elderly woman, probably in her 70s, wearing a dark blue coat and carrying a small handbag. She had the careful, precise movements of someone who had ridden trains for decades, settling into her seat with the efficiency of a regular commuter. What struck me as odd was that she never got off, not at any of the subsequent stops Mitaka, Chofu, Fuchu, all the way to the end of the line at Takao. When we reached the terminal, and I walked through the cars to make sure all passengers had disembarked, she was simply gone. No sign of her anywhere. I asked the driver, Suzuki-san, a veteran with 20 years of experience, if he'd noticed anything unusual. "First week conducting the last train?" he asked with a knowing smile. "Don't worry about it. You'll get used to the strange passengers on this run. People ride late trains for all sorts of reasons." But the next night, she was there again. Same car, same seat, same routine. And once again, she vanished before we reached Takao. By the fourth night, I was paying close attention to her. She would board at Kichijoji with the small group of late-night passengers, take her usual seat, and then I started timing my walks through the train more carefully, checking each car every few minutes after we left Kichijoji. She would be there at Mitaka, still there at Chofu, but somewhere between Fuchu and Kunitachi, she would disappear. Not get off at a station I was watching for that, but simply vanish from her seat. On Friday night of my first week, I decided to approach her directly. She boarded as usual at Kichijoji, and I waited until we were well underway before walking through to her car. She was sitting in her customary spot, hands folded over her handbag, looking out the window at the darkened suburbs passing by. "Excuse me," I said politely, bowing slightly. "Ticket inspection." She looked up at me with eyes that seemed much older than her face and smiled in a way that made me feel cold despite the train's heating. "You're new," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, ma'am. This is my first week on this service." She nodded approvingly. "Young man, what's your name?" "Yamada Hiroshi, ma'am." "Yamada-san," she repeated thoughtfully. "And how do you like conducting the last train?" There was something about the way she said "the last train" that made it sound like more than just the final service of the evening. But I answered politely, "It's quiet work, ma'am. I enjoy serving the passengers." She smiled again, that same unsettling expression. "That's good. Service is important. Very important." She paused, studying my face. "Tell me, Yamada-san, do you ever feel like you're meant for something more than just checking tickets and making announcements?" The question was odd, but something about her manner made me answer honestly. "Sometimes, ma'am. I hope to advance in the company, maybe become a driver or even a station master someday." "Advancement," she mused. "Yes, that's important too. But some positions, Yamada-san, some positions are different. They're not about climbing up, they're about going deeper, understanding what the trains really carry." Before I could ask what she meant, we were pulling into Mitaka Station. I excused myself to help with passenger boarding and announcements. When I returned to her car a few minutes later, she was gone. That weekend, I couldn't stop thinking about our conversation. There had been something in her eyes, a kind of knowledge that seemed to go far beyond what an ordinary passenger should have. And her questions about advancement, about understanding what trains really carry, what had she meant by that? On Monday, I arrived at work early and asked my supervisor, Nakamura-san, about the passenger manifest for the late-night services. Has anyone ever reported unusual passengers on the last westbound train? I asked. An elderly woman who boards at Kichijoji but doesn't seem to get off? Nakamura-san's expression grew serious. Why do you ask? I explained about the woman I'd been seeing, how she seemed to disappear mid-journey. Nakamura-san listened without interrupting, then asked me to follow him to his office. Yamada-san, he said, once we were seated, there's something you should know about that particular service. Something we don't usually tell new conductors until they've been on the job for a while. He pulled out a thick folder from his desk drawer. This contains incident reports going back 30 years, all related to the last westbound service to Takao. He opened the folder and showed me a collection of reports, some handwritten, others typed. All described encounters with passengers who seemed to board but never disembark, or who would engage conductors in strange conversations before vanishing. The most detailed report, Nakamura-san continued, was filed in 1994 by conductor Tanaka Mieko. She was conducting that same service when she began noticing irregular passengers. According to her final report, she believed the late train was somehow connected to something beyond normal railway operations. He handed me a photocopy of a handwritten report. The writing was precise, careful, but the content was disturbing. Tanaka-san had described passengers who seemed to be from different time periods, conversations about eternal routes and final destinations, and a growing sense that the train was serving purposes beyond ordinary transportation. What happened to Tanaka-san? I asked. Nakamura-san's expression grew even more somber. She disappeared on March 15, 1994. Her shift ended normally. The train returned to the depot, was inspected and locked up for the night. But Tanaka-san never checked out. Her conductor's cap was found on the driver's seat the next morning, but she was never seen again. I felt a chill run down my spine. And you think the elderly woman I've been seeing could be Tanaka-san herself? It's possible. She would be in her 70s now, if she were still alive. That evening, I approached my work with a mixture of dread and determination. I needed to understand what was happening, even if it meant confronting something beyond normal explanation. The woman boarded at Kichijoji as usual, but this time she looked directly at me as she entered the car, nodding as if we had an appointment. I waited until we were between stations before approaching her. Tanaka-san? I said quietly. She looked up with that same knowing smile. You've been asking questions, Yamada-san. Are you conductor Tanaka Mieko? I was, she said. For 30 years, I've been conducting this service, waiting for someone suitable to take over my duties. What duties? What is this train really for? She gestured toward the window, where the suburban landscape was passing by in the darkness. But as I looked more carefully, I realized the scenery was wrong. We were passing buildings and landmarks that didn't exist on the actual Chuo Line route. And the passengers in the other cars, when had they become so still, so quiet? This train, Yamada-san, serves passengers who missed their final connection. People who died suddenly, unexpectedly, far from home. They need transport to where they're supposed to go next, but they can't take regular trains. They need a conductor who understands their situation. As she spoke, I began to notice the other passengers more carefully. They sat unnaturally still, and their clothing seemed to be from different eras. A businessman in a suit from the 1980s. A woman in a kimono that looked much older. A young man in what appeared to be a military uniform from decades past. They've been waiting, Tanaka-san continued. Some for years, some for decades. This train runs every night, collecting those who are ready to continue their journey. But it needs a conductor who can help them find their proper destinations. And if I refuse? She reached into her handbag and pulled out a conductor's cap, identical to mine. Then you'll continue your regular duties, and I'll continue mine. But Yamada-san, you've already seen too much. You're already part of this service, whether you accept it formally or not. I looked around the car again. The ghostly passengers sat patiently, waiting for announcements, for guidance, for someone to help them reach whatever destination awaited them beyond the world of the living. What would happen to my life? My family? Your regular life would continue during the day. You'd work your normal shifts, go home to your family, maintain all your usual relationships. But every night, you'd conduct this service. It's not such a difficult existence, Yamada-san, and it serves an important purpose. I thought about my father's words about honest work that serves the community. This was certainly service, though not the kind he'd had in mind. If I accept, what happens to you? I finally get to board as a passenger, she said with genuine relief in her voice. I've been waiting 30 years to take my own final journey home. I looked at the conductor's cap in her hands. It was identical to mine in every way, except for a small silver pin that seemed to glow with its own light. The choice is yours, Yamada-san, but choose quickly. We're approaching the final stop. Through the window, I could see a station that definitely wasn't Takao. The platform was filled with people, some in modern clothes, others in garments from throughout the decades, all waiting patiently for their train to arrive. I took the cap from her hands. The moment I put it on, I felt a change, not just in myself, but in my understanding of the train, of the passengers, of the route we were traveling. I could sense their destinations, their needs, their stories of lives cut short and journeys left incomplete. Tanaka-san stood up, now looking like an ordinary elderly passenger. Thank you, Yamada-san. Take care of them. They've been waiting so long. She walked toward the doors as the train pulled into the strange station. For the first time in 30 years, she stepped off the last train and onto the platform, joining the crowd of waiting souls. That was 6 months ago. During the day, I conduct regular services on the Chuo line. My supervisors are pleased with my work. My family is proud of my stable employment, and nobody suspects that my real shift begins after the last official train has ended its run. Every night at 11:47, I board the special service at Shinjuku. Sometimes we pick up passengers at regular stations, people who died suddenly and need transport to their next destination. Sometimes we stop at stations that exist only for this purpose, where souls have been waiting for years or decades to continue their journeys. I've learned to read their needs, to make the right announcements, to help them find their proper connections to whatever comes after this life. It's not the railway career I'd planned, but it is, as my father said, honest work that serves the community. The passengers are grateful. They bow when they board, thank me when they reach their destinations, and sometimes leave small gifts, flowers that never wilt, photographs of families they'll see again, notes written in languages I don't recognize but somehow understand. I know that someday, probably 30 years from now, I'll spot a young conductor working the late shifts, someone with the right temperament for this kind of service. I'll board at Kichijoji, take my usual seat, and wait for them to notice me. Until then, I conduct the last train every night, helping souls find their way home to whatever waits beyond the final station. It's not the advancement I'd imagined, but it's important work. After all, everyone deserves help getting where they need to go, even if their destination isn't marked on any map the living can read. The next time you're on a late train and notice a passenger who seems a little out of place, a little too still, remember that some journeys take longer than others. And somewhere, there's a conductor making sure they reach their final destination safely. Just don't be surprised if, when you look back, both the passenger and the conductor have quietly moved on to the next car, continuing their eternal route through the night. The helper who heard them coming. My name is Maria Santos, and I work as a live-in helper for the Takahashi family in Shibuya. I've been in Japan for 3 years now, and I thought I understood the challenges of being a foreign worker here. The language barriers, the cultural differences, the homesickness that hits you at unexpected moments. But I never expected to encounter the ghosts of workers who came before me, calling me to join them on a journey I'm not ready to take. I came to Japan in 2021 through a domestic helper program. Back home in Cebu, I had been caring for my elderly mother while working part-time jobs that barely paid enough for her medication. When the opportunity came to work in Tokyo for a salary that could support my entire family, I knew I had to take it, even though it meant leaving everything familiar behind. The Takahashi family has been good to me. Takahashi-san works long hours at a trading company, while his wife Keiko-san manages their household and cares for their 2 young children, Yuki-chan and Taro-kun. They treat me with respect, and while the work is demanding cooking, cleaning, childcare, and elder care for Takahashi-san's mother, they pay fairly and give me my own small room in their apartment. Their apartment is on the 15th floor of a modern building in Shibuya, with a view that stretches across the bustling district toward the station. The constant sound of trains and announcements has become the background soundtrack of my daily life. During the day, I find it energizing, a reminder that I'm living in one of the world's great cities. At night, it usually lulls me to sleep. But 3 months ago, I started hearing different announcements. It began on a Tuesday night in late November of 2024. I had just finished my evening duties, ensuring the children were settled, preparing breakfast ingredients for the morning, and checking on grandmother Takahashi, who has been growing increasingly frail. I was exhausted and looking forward to a few hours of rest before the morning routine began again. I was lying in my small room, listening to the familiar sounds of the last trains heading toward Shibuya Station, when I heard something that made me sit up in bed. MGA Kababayan. Last call para sa special service. Lahat ng mamangagawa. Please proceed sa platform para sa final journey home. The announcement was in Tagalog, my native language, but it was coming through the apartment's walls, not from any radio or television. The voice was male, with the formal tone of a train conductor, but there was something hollow about it, like an echo from a great distance. I listened carefully, but heard only the normal train sounds after that. I convinced myself I had been dreaming, or perhaps had heard someone watching Filipino television in another apartment. The building had thin walls, and sounds often carried between units. But the next night, I heard it again. Same time, exactly 3 in the morning, same message. This time I was fully awake, having gotten up to check on grandmother Takahashi, who had been restless lately. MGA Kababayan, ang huling tren ay paparating na. All workers, sabe-sabe tayong uuwi. The voice was calling for Filipino workers to board the last train home. But there were no late-night train announcements in Tagalog, and definitely none at 3 in the morning when the trains had stopped running hours ago. I crept to my window and looked out towards Shibuya Station. The platforms were empty, lit only by security lights. No trains were moving. Over the following weeks, the announcements became more frequent and more detailed. Always in Tagalog, always at 3 a.m., always calling for workers to come home. Sometimes the voice would announce specific platforms. MGA Kapatid from construction, Platform 3. MGA Kasamahan from railway work, Platform 7. I began to understand that these weren't announcements for living passengers. The Takahashi family noticed my increasing exhaustion. Keiko-san asked if I was sleeping well, and I told her about hearing train announcements at night. She looked concerned and suggested I might be working too hard, that the stress was affecting my rest. Maria-san, she said gently, perhaps you should take a day off this weekend. Go to Shibuya, visit some Filipino shops, talk with other workers from your country. Sometimes we need connection with our own culture. Her kindness made me feel even more isolated with my strange experiences. How could I explain that I was hearing phantom train announcements, calling dead Filipino workers to board a ghost train home? I decided to do some research. During my lunch break, I went to the local library and used their computer to search for information about Filipino workers in Japan during previous decades. What I found made my blood run cold. In the 1970s, during Japan's rapid economic expansion, many foreign workers had been brought in for dangerous construction jobs. A significant number were Filipino men working on railway projects, often under harsh conditions with minimal safety protections. In 1974, there had been a major accident during the construction of what would become part of the Shibuya transportation network. 23 workers had died when a section of tunnel collapsed. Most were Filipino laborers who had come to Japan to support their families back home. Their bodies had been recovered, but according to the records, the site had been quickly rebuilt and a residential complex, including the building where I now lived, had been constructed directly over the former railway construction area. The accident had been largely forgotten, mentioned only briefly in old newspaper archives. The workers' names were listed in a small memorial article from 1975, but there was no indication that any permanent memorial had been established. That night, I listened more carefully to the phantom announcements. Now that I understood their source, I could hear more details. The voice wasn't just calling for workers to board, it was trying to help souls find their way home. Souls that had been trapped for 50 years at the site of their deaths. Mga kapatid, hindi tayo nakalimutan. Medan pa ring uwian. Sumama kayo sa last train. Brothers, we are not forgotten. There is still a way home. Come with us on the last train. The voice was that of someone trying to help, trying to gather scattered souls who had died far from home and guide them back to where they belonged. But I was alive, not one of the dead workers from the 70s. Why was I hearing these announcements? I began to notice other changes in the apartment. Grandmother Takahashi, who usually slept deeply due to her medication, started having restless nights around 3 a.m. She would call out in her sleep, though she spoke no Tagalog. Her words seemed to respond to the phantom announcements I was hearing. Yuki-chan, the 8-year-old daughter, began drawing pictures of trains and workers in hard hats. When Keiko-san asked her about the drawings, she said she dreamed about the men who want to go home. Even more disturbing, I started finding myself drawn to certain areas of the apartment at 3 a.m. I would wake up standing in the hallway or by the window facing the direction of Shibuya Station as if I had been sleepwalking. But I had never sleepwalked before in my life. One night, I found myself standing on the apartment's balcony in my nightgown, 15 floors above the street, with no memory of how I had gotten there. The phantom announcements were particularly clear from that position, and I could swear I saw lights moving along what looked like railway tracks, running directly through the air toward our building. I realized the dead workers weren't just making announcements, they were trying to recruit me to join them. As a Filipino worker far from home, facing the daily struggles of isolation and cultural displacement, I fit their understanding of who belonged on their phantom train home. The next morning, I called my aunt in Manila, who had always been sensitive to spiritual matters. When I described what was happening, she became very serious. Maria, anak, you need to be careful. The spirits of workers who died far from home often have trouble finding peace. They may see you as one of their own and try to take you with them to wherever they think home is. But their idea of home might not be the living world. She advised me to seek help from someone who understood both Filipino spiritual practices and Japanese customs. Through a Filipino community group in Tokyo, I found Father Miguel, a Catholic priest from the Philippines who had been working with the Filipino community in Japan for over 20 years. When I explained my situation, Father Miguel nodded knowingly. I've encountered similar cases before. Foreign workers who died in accidents sometimes become confused about the boundary between life and death, especially when they died far from their families and proper burial rites. He agreed to visit the apartment and perform a blessing, but he warned me that the solution might not be simple. These souls have been trapped for 50 years. They need guidance to find proper rest, but they also need someone to acknowledge their sacrifice and their desire to return home. Father Miguel came to the apartment on a Saturday when the Takahashi family was out. I had explained to Keiko-san that a priest friend was visiting to bless my room, which she understood as a cultural practice. As Father Miguel moved through the apartment with holy water and prayers, he paused frequently, as if listening to voices I couldn't hear. When he reached the area where I usually heard the announcements most clearly, he stopped and began praying in both Tagalog and Latin. "They're here," he told me quietly. "Many of them. They've been waiting so long to go home, and they see you as someone who can help them understand the modern world. Someone who shares their experience of being far from family." He continued his prayers, but instead of trying to banish the spirits, he spoke to them directly in Tagalog, acknowledging their sacrifice and their longing for home. He explained that I was a living worker, not one of their number, and that they needed to find their own path to peace. The ritual lasted nearly an hour. As Father Miguel concluded his prayers, I felt a change in the apartment's atmosphere, as if a pressure I hadn't realized was there had finally lifted. That night, I heard the phantom announcements one final time. But instead of calling for workers to board, the voice was making a different announcement. "Mga kapatid, salamat sa inyong pagtitiis. Ang aming shift ay tapos na. Time to go home to our families. Brothers, thank you for your patience. Our shift is finished. Time to go home to our families." After that night, the phantom announcements stopped. Grandmother Takahashi began sleeping peacefully again, and Yuki, Chan's drawings returned to normal childhood subjects. The apartment felt lighter, more at peace. But the experience changed me profoundly. I had encountered the ghosts of workers who had come to Japan decades before me, facing many of the same challenges I faced every day: separation from family, cultural isolation, dangerous work conditions, and the constant longing for home. Their sacrifice had helped build the modern Tokyo that now provides opportunities for workers like me. But their deaths had been largely forgotten, their contributions unacknowledged, except in brief newspaper archives. I started volunteering with a Filipino workers' rights organization, helping to document the experiences of foreign workers in Japan and advocating for better protection and recognition. It felt like a way to honor the memory of those who had died, building the infrastructure I now lived and worked within. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the distant sound of trains from Shibuya Station. But now, instead of feeling alone in a foreign city, I remember that I'm part of a long tradition of Filipino workers who have come to Japan seeking better opportunities for their families. The phantom workers found their way home, but their story reminded me that home isn't just a place. It's also about being remembered, being acknowledged, and having your contributions recognized by those who come after you. I still work for the Takahashi family, and I still send money home to support my mother in Cebu. But now I also work to ensure that the stories of foreign workers in Japan, both living and dead, are told and remembered. Because everyone deserves to be acknowledged for their sacrifice, and everyone deserves to find their way home, whether that home is in this world or the next. The phantom train that called to those long-dead workers wasn't running to the Philippines or to any earthly destination. It was running toward whatever comes after this life, toward reunion with families and rest from labor. I wasn't ready to board that train, and I hope I won't be for many years to come. But when my time does come, I hope I'll be remembered not just as a worker who sent money home, but as someone who helped bridge the gap between those who came before and those who will come after. The dead workers are at peace now, But their legacy continues in every foreign worker who faces the challenges of building a life far from home. We are all part of the same journey, even if we're traveling on different trains. Platform 7. After Midnight. My name is Kenji Tanaka, and I've worked station maintenance for JR East for 15 years. In all that time, I thought I'd seen everything: drunk salarymen who missed the last train, abandoned belongings that told sad stories, even the occasional suicide that we're trained to handle with efficiency and discretion. But I never expected to encounter passengers who had been waiting for the same train for 20 years. I worked the night shift at one of Tokyo's busiest stations. I can't say which one exactly, company policy and all that, but it's a major hub where multiple lines intersect. During the day, hundreds of thousands of passengers pass through. At night, it becomes my domain, a vast empty space that I clean and maintain in preparation for the next day's crowds. The work suits me. I'm divorced, my kids are grown and living their own lives, and I prefer the solitude of working when the station is empty. There's something peaceful about walking through spaces that are normally packed with humanity, seeing them in their quiet, resting state. Just me, my cleaning equipment, and the occasional security guard making his rounds. The station has 12 platforms, but we only use 11 for active service. Platform 7 was sealed off in 2004 after what the company calls multiple incidents. The official story is structural concerns, but anyone who's worked here long enough knows the real reason. Between 2002 and 2004, 7 people threw themselves in front of trains at that platform. 7 deaths in 2 years was unusual even by Tokyo standards, and management decided the platform was cursed. They closed access to Platform 7, put up barriers and warning signs, and rerouted the services that used to stop there. Officially, it doesn't exist anymore. The platform is still there. Of course, you can see it from the other platforms, but it's been dark and empty for 20 years. Or so I thought. It started about 3 months ago, in late September of 2024. I was doing my usual late-night rounds, checking each platform for forgotten items and cleaning up the day's accumulated debris. It was around 2 in the morning when I noticed lights on Platform 7. This was odd because the electrical systems for that platform had been disconnected years ago. I figured it might be maintenance workers from another shift, or maybe security doing some kind of inspection. But when I looked more carefully, I could see people on the platform. They were dressed like ordinary commuters, business suits, conservative clothing, briefcases, and handbags. They stood in neat lines along the platform edge, checking their watches and looking down the tracks as if waiting for a train. Their behavior was perfectly normal, exactly like passengers during regular operating hours. But it was 2 in the morning, and Platform 7 had been sealed for 20 years. I tried to get a better look, but the barriers around Platform 7 made it difficult to see clearly. I called security and reported the situation, but by the time the guard arrived, the platform was dark and empty again. "You sure you saw people there, Tanaka-san?" asked Watanabe-san, the security supervisor. "Platform 7's been locked down tight since I started here 10 years ago." I was sure, but I couldn't prove it. We did a thorough check of the barriers, all secure. No signs of forced entry. The electrical systems were still disconnected. There was no way ordinary people could have accessed that platform, and no way they could have turned on lights that weren't connected to any power source. "Maybe you're working too many night shifts," Watanabe-san suggested kindly. "Sometimes the mind plays tricks when you're tired." But I knew what I'd seen. The next night, I positioned myself where I could observe Platform 7 more carefully. At exactly 2:15 in the morning, the lights came on again. This time, I could see the passengers more clearly. There were about 20 of them, all standing in orderly lines exactly where the train doors would open. They had the patient, resigned posture of experienced commuters who knew their routine perfectly. Some read newspapers, others checked their phones. A few simply stared down the tracks, waiting for their train to arrive. What disturbed me most was how normal they looked. These weren't the translucent floating ghosts of movies. They appeared completely solid, completely real, just going about their ordinary commuting routine in a place where no trains had stopped for 2 decades. I watched for about 10 minutes before approaching the barriers around Platform 7. The moment I got close enough to call out to them, they all turned to look at me simultaneously. 20 faces, all wearing the same expression of polite expectation, as if they'd been waiting for me. "Excuse me," I called out. "This platform is closed. You need to move to an active platform." One of them, a middle-aged businessman in a navy suit, stepped forward and bowed politely. "Tanaka-san," he said, somehow knowing my name, "we've been waiting for you. We understand you work the night maintenance shift. Very dedicated service. How do you know my name? And how did you get onto that platform?" "We've been commuting through this station for many years," he replied. "We know all the staff. Please, would you like to see our train? It's the most efficient service you'll ever experience." As he spoke, I heard the sound of an approaching train. But this was impossible. No services ran at this hour, and definitely not to Platform 7. Yet I could clearly hear the rumble of wheels on tracks, the hiss of brakes, the familiar sounds of a train pulling into a station. A train materialized on Platform 7's tracks. It looked like a standard express train, silver and blue, with the proper JR East markings. The doors opened with that familiar pneumatic sound, and cool air flowed out from the well-lit interior. "The 2:15 Express to Eternal Terminal," the businessman announced, as if reading from a departure board. "All passengers, please board efficiently. This train offers the most direct route to your final destination." The waiting passengers began filing aboard in perfect order, bowing to me as they passed. Each one looked directly at me with that same expression of polite expectation, as if they were hoping I would join them. "Tanaka-san," the businessman said as he prepared to board, "you work so hard, maintaining these platforms night after night. Don't you deserve an efficient journey home? This train never experiences delays, never has service disruptions. A perfect commute." I backed away from the barriers, my heart pounding. "I'm not going anywhere. I have work to finish." He smiled sadly. "Everyone boards eventually, Tanaka-san. Some passengers just take longer to realize they're ready for the journey. We'll be here tomorrow night, and the night after that. Very reliable service." The train doors closed, and the express service pulled away from Platform 7, heading into tunnels that I knew had been sealed for decades. Within moments, the platform was dark and empty again. I spent the rest of my shift trying to convince myself I'd experienced some kind of hallucination brought on by too much overtime and not enough sleep. But the next morning, I did some research into Platform 7's history. What I found made my blood run cold. The 7 people who had died at Platform 7 between 2002 and 2004 had all died at night, between 2 and 3 in the morning. Most were found on the tracks after what appeared to be suicides, but there had been one major incident that the company had worked hard to suppress. On March 15, 2004, an unauthorized train had somehow ended up on Platform 7's tracks at 2:15 in the morning. The train was an old express car that was supposed to be in storage, but it had somehow started up and made its way to the platform. When railway workers investigated, they found it empty, except for the bodies of 6 people who appeared to have died of natural causes while seated in the passenger compartment. The incident was classified as a mechanical malfunction combined with trespassing by unauthorized individuals. The platform was sealed immediately afterward, and all records of the incident were restricted to senior management. But I was beginning to understand what had really happened. The train that had appeared on Platform 7 in 2004 wasn't a mechanical malfunction. It was the same Phantom Express that was still arriving every night at 2:15, collecting passengers who were ready to take their final journey. The 7 people who had died at the platform hadn't committed suicide. They had boarded the 2:15 express to Eternal Terminal. Night after night, I continued to observe Platform 7. The routine never varied. At exactly 2:15, the lights would come on, the passengers would appear, and the express train would arrive to collect them. Each time, they would politely invite me to join them, and each time I would decline. But I began to notice changes in myself. The long night shifts were becoming more difficult. I was losing weight, sleeping poorly during the day, and becoming increasingly isolated from my family and friends. The work that had once brought me peace now felt like an endless cycle of cleaning and maintenance with no real purpose. The phantom passengers seemed to sense my growing exhaustion. Their invitations became more frequent and more insistent. "Tanaka-san," the businessman would say each night, "you look tired. Perhaps it's time to consider a more efficient schedule. Our train runs exactly on time, every time. No more night shifts. No more cleaning up after inconsiderate passengers. Just a smooth, direct journey to rest." Others would join in, sharing their own testimonials about the excellent service. "No crowding during rush hour," said a woman in a business suit. "Climate-controlled cars," added an elderly man with a briefcase. "And the most comfortable seats you'll ever experience." They spoke about the phantom train the way living commuters might discuss their favorite express service. They were proud of its efficiency, its reliability, its comfort. They had found the perfect commute, and they wanted to share it with someone who would appreciate its value. As weeks passed, I found myself looking forward to 2:15 each morning. The phantom passengers had become the most consistent human contact in my life. They knew my name, they appreciated my work, and they offered me something I had never experienced in 15 years of railway employment: a journey with a guaranteed endpoint. One morning in early December, I realized I hadn't called my daughter in over a month. I tried to phone her, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. When she answered, her voice sounded far away, as if she were speaking to me from across a great distance. "Dad, are you all right? You sound different. When was the last time you had a proper meal?" I looked at myself in the employee bathroom mirror and was shocked by what I saw. I had lost significant weight, my skin was pale and drawn, and my eyes looked hollow. I looked like someone who was fading away, becoming less substantial with each passing day. That night, I consulted with the station's Buddhist chaplain, Reverend Hayashi, who sometimes came in to perform purification rituals after traumatic incidents. I couldn't tell him exactly what was happening, but I asked him about spirits that might be trapped in transportation hubs. Places where many people pass through can sometimes hold onto spiritual energy, he told me, especially if people died there in states of strong emotion, desperation, despair, or even relief. These spirits might continue following the routines that defined their lives, especially if those routines represented escape from suffering. He agreed to visit the station that night and perform a cleansing ritual. I led him to the area around Platform 7 just before 2:15, and we waited. When the phantom passengers appeared, Reverend Hayashi gasped. "There are so many of them, and they've been here for so long." The businessman approached the barriers and bowed respectfully to the Reverend. "Holy man, welcome to our station. We offer excellent express service to travelers ready for their final journey. Perhaps you would like to examine our facilities?" Reverend Hayashi began chanting sutras and burning incense. The phantom passengers waited politely, as if this were simply part of their boarding procedure. When their train arrived, they boarded as usual. But before departing, the businessman called out to me, "Tanaka-san, the Reverend's blessing is very nice, but it doesn't change our schedule. We run every night at 2:15. When you're ready for the most efficient journey of your life, you know where to find us." The train departed, and Platform 7 went dark. "I can't banish them," Reverend Hayashi told me afterward. "They're not trapped here against their will. They've chosen this station as their boarding point for a journey they want to take. The only way to be free of their influence is to stop working the night shift, to remove yourself from their routine. But I couldn't quit. I needed the job, and there were no day positions available at my seniority level. I was trapped by economic necessity, just as the phantom passengers had once been trapped by whatever desperation had driven them to seek the ultimate express service. I began taking countermeasures. I started wearing Buddhist protective amulets, avoided looking directly at Platform 7 during my rounds, and tried to stay in well-lit areas around 2:15 each morning. But their influence was growing stronger. I would find myself walking toward Platform 7's barriers, without conscious decision. I would catch myself checking train schedules for services that didn't exist. Most disturbing of all, I began to feel a genuine longing for the efficient, reliable journey they offered. One night in late December, I found myself standing at the barriers around Platform 7 as the 2:15 Express arrived. The businessman stepped off the train and walked as close to me as the barriers allowed. "Tanaka-san," he said gently, "you've been such a dedicated employee. 15 years of night shifts, maintaining these platforms so conscientiously. Don't you think you've earned a comfortable journey home?" I looked at the train's open doors, at the soft lighting and clean interiors, at the passengers seated comfortably inside. It did look efficient. It did look reliable. And I was so very tired. "Where does it go?" I asked. "To the end of the line," he replied, "to where all dedicated workers eventually retire. No more schedules, no more maintenance duties, no more cleaning up after others. Just rest." I reached toward the barrier, my hand shaking. The phantom passengers on the train were watching me with encouragement, nodding as if they understood exactly how exhausted I was. But then I heard footsteps behind me. Watanabe-san, the security supervisor, was approaching for his rounds. "Tanaka-san, what are you doing over here? This area's been sealed for 20 years. I turned around, and when I looked back at Platform 7, it was dark and empty. The train was gone, the passengers were gone, and I was standing alone at the barriers in the middle of the night. I thought I saw. "Never mind," I said, "just checking for any security issues." That incident shook me enough to seek help. I requested a transfer to day shift maintenance, taking a significant pay cut but removing myself from the phantom passengers' nightly routine. The station manager was surprised I'd been their most reliable night shift worker for years, but he approved the transfer. I still work at the same station, but now I maintain the platforms during daylight hours, when they're full of living passengers, rushing to catch real trains to actual destinations. The work is harder, more crowded, more rushed, more demanding, but it's honest work that serves people who are fully alive. Sometimes, though, when I'm working late and the crowds have thinned out, I'll catch a glimpse of Platform 7 from across the station. Just for a moment, I'll see lights there and figures waiting patiently for their train. They're still there, still running their efficient express service for passengers ready to take the ultimate journey home. The businessman still conducts his polite boarding procedures. The train still arrives exactly on time, and they still offer the most reliable transportation service in Tokyo. I don't judge the people who eventually board that train. Sometimes the daily routine becomes too heavy to bear, and the promise of an efficient journey to permanent rest becomes too attractive to refuse. I came closer to boarding than I like to admit, but I wasn't ready for that particular express service. I still had work to do in the world of day shifts and living passengers, even if it meant giving up the perfect efficiency of the 2:15 to Eternal Terminal. The phantom passengers understood my choice. On my last night working the late shift, the businessman had bowed to me one final time and said, "Thank you for your dedicated service, Tanaka-san. When you're ready for your final commute, you know where to find us. We run every night exactly on schedule." That's the thing about the Phantom Express. It's the most reliable train service in Tokyo. It never breaks down, never experiences delays, and always gets its passengers to their final destination. But once you board, you never need to catch another train again. The Apartment Complex Express. My name is Sachiko Yamamoto, and I'm a single mother living in a subsidized apartment complex in the suburbs of Tokyo. I work double shifts at a textile factory to support my 8-year-old daughter Yui. Before I tell you what happened in our apartment, I want you to understand that I've always been a practical person. I don't believe in ghosts or supernatural nonsense. When you're struggling to pay rent and put food on the table, you don't have time for fantasy. But sometimes, reality becomes so overwhelming that the line between the possible and impossible starts to blur. We moved into apartment 407 in March of 2024. The rent was subsidized through a program for single mothers, making it one of the few places in Tokyo I could afford on my factory wages. The building was older, built in the 1980s, with thin walls and small rooms, but it was clean and safe. More importantly, it was located near a good elementary school for Yui and had reasonable access to my workplace. The apartment came fully furnished, which was another blessing since I couldn't afford to buy furniture. The previous tenant had left everything behind: a small dining table, basic appliances, even some of Yui's toys. The landlord, Suzuki-san, explained that the former tenant had moved suddenly and abandoned her belongings. "Family emergency," he said vaguely when I asked for details. "She left very quickly, said we could keep or donate whatever she left behind." I was grateful for the furniture, though some of it felt oddly personal to inherit family photos left in drawers, children's clothes in the closets that were exactly Yui's size. I packed these items away respectfully, assuming the previous tenant would eventually come back for them. The first few months were good. Yui adjusted well to her new school, and I settled into the routine of morning shift at the factory from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., then evening shift from 4 p.m. to midnight. It was exhausting, but the overtime pay was essential. Between shifts, I would have just enough time to pick up Yui from after-school care, help her with homework, and prepare a quick dinner before my evening shift started. My neighbor, Mrs. Ito, an elderly widow who lived in apartment 405, was kind enough to keep an ear out for Yui during my evening shifts. It wasn't ideal leaving an 8-year-old alone so often, but I had no choice. Single mothers in Japan learn to make difficult compromises. The first time I heard the train, I assumed it was real. I had just returned from my evening shift around 12:30 a.m. and was checking on Yui, who was sleeping peacefully in her futon. I was exhausted, as usual, and looking forward to the few hours of rest before my morning shift began. As I was changing into my nightclothes, I heard the unmistakable sound of a train running through the building. It was a deep, rhythmic rumbling, like heavy wheels on tracks, accompanied by the metallic squealing of brakes. The sound seemed to travel through the walls from one end of the building to the other, as if a train were somehow running directly through our apartment complex. My first thought was that there must be subway construction happening nearby, or perhaps a freight line I hadn't noticed during the day. But as I listened more carefully, the sound didn't match any train I'd ever heard in Tokyo. It was too loud, too close, and it seemed to be moving through the building itself rather than past it. The sound lasted for about 3 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I checked the time, 2:15 a.m. exactly. The next morning, I asked Mrs. Ito about the train sounds. "Train sounds?" she repeated, looking confused. "What train sounds, Yamamoto-san?" "Last night, around 2:15, there was a very loud train running through the building. Didn't you hear it?" Mrs. Ito shook her head slowly. "I'm usually awake around that time, insomnia, but I didn't hear anything unusual. Are you sure it wasn't just the heating system? These old buildings make all sorts of noises." But I knew the difference between building noise and trains. I'd been commuting on Tokyo's rail system for years. That night, I listened carefully around 2:15. The train came again, exactly on schedule. The same deep rumbling, the same squealing brakes, the same 3-minute duration. This time, I tried to trace the source of the sound, moving through our small apartment to see where it was loudest. The sound seemed strongest near the balcony door, and when I looked outside, I could swear I saw lights moving past our fourth-floor window. Not just any lights, but the distinctive pattern of illuminated train windows passing by in the darkness. But there were no tracks visible outside our building, just the narrow street, other apartment complexes, and a small park in the distance. The phenomenon continued every night, always at 2:15 a.m., always lasting 3 minutes, always that same train sound moving through the building. I began timing my return from evening shifts to observe it more carefully. What disturbed me most was that the sound seemed to be getting clearer each night, as if the phantom train were becoming more real, more substantial. I could distinguish individual car sounds, the rhythm of wheels over track joints, the hiss of doors opening and closing, even what sounded like muffled announcements in the distance. After 2 weeks of this, I decided to do some research. During my lunch break at the factory, I went to the local library and searched for information about our apartment building and the surrounding area. What I found made my stomach turn cold. Our apartment complex had been built on the site of a former railway switching yard. In the 1970s, before the area was developed for residential use, trains had regularly passed through this exact location. But more importantly, I found a newspaper article from April of 2023 that made everything clear. Local mother dies in train accident. Stress from work and childcare, cited as contributing factors. The article described how Kimura Naoko, a 32-year-old single mother living in a subsidized apartment complex, had died after jumping in front of the morning express train at Shibuya Station. She had been working double shifts at a packaging facility to support her young daughter while struggling with increasing work pressure and social isolation. The article mentioned that she lived in apartment 407 of the Sakura Heights complex, my apartment, the previous tenant. According to the report, Kimura-san had left her apartment at 2:15 a.m. on the morning of her death, telling neighbors she was going for a walk to clear her head. Her body was found on the train tracks at Shibuya Station 40 minutes later. I understood now why the landlord had been vague about her departure, why her personal belongings had been left behind, why the rent was so heavily subsidized. I was living in a Jiko-buken apartment, a property with a tragic history that most people would refuse to rent. But understanding the source of the phantom train didn't make it stop. If anything, the sounds became more insistent after I learned the truth. The train now seemed to slow down as it passed through the building, as if it were making a scheduled stop. I could hear doors opening with that distinctive pneumatic hiss, followed by a pause that felt like boarding time, then the sound of departure. It was as if the Phantom Express was stopping at our apartment building to pick up passengers. More disturbing was that I began to understand the schedule it was following. The train arrived at 2:15, exactly the time Kimura-san had left on her final journey. It was her commute, replaying every night, offering the same escape route she had chosen. As winter approached, my work situation became increasingly desperate. The factory was cutting hours due to reduced orders, meaning less overtime pay exactly when heating bills were rising. Yui needed new winter clothes, school supplies, and medical checkups I could barely afford. I found myself staying awake later and later, worrying about money, sometimes not falling asleep until just before the phantom train arrived. One night in early December, instead of lying in bed listening to the train sounds, I found myself getting dressed at 2:10 a.m. I told myself I was just going to check the hallway to see if I could determine where the sounds were really coming from. But when I opened our apartment door at exactly 2:15, the hallway was filled with the warm, bright light of a train's interior. The sound was no longer muffled by walls. I could hear it clearly. the gentle rumble of a train in motion, the soft announcements calling for passengers to board. I walked down the hallway following the sound, and it led me to the stairwell. The phantom train seemed to be traveling vertically through the building, as if the stairwell were a track leading upward. I found myself climbing toward the roof, drawn by the sound and the strange, comforting light. On the building's roof, I found what looked like a train platform. Not a real platform, of course, but the suggestion of one, a flat area with what seemed like bench seating, and even a departure board flickering in the darkness. And there, waiting at the platform, was a train. It looked like a standard commuter train, clean and well lit, with doors standing open and soft music playing from inside. Through the windows, I could see comfortable seating, reading lights, and what appeared to be other passengers, indistinct figures who seemed peaceful and relaxed. A conductor appeared at the nearest door, wearing a clean uniform and carrying a traditional station master's flag. He was a middle-aged man with kind eyes and a gentle manner. "Good evening, Yamamoto-san," he said politely. "Are you ready for the 2:15 Express? This service offers direct passage to Final Rest Station. No more work shifts, no more financial pressure, no more worrying about childcare arrangements." I looked at the train's warm interior, at the comfortable seats and the peaceful passengers. It looked so much more appealing than returning to my cold apartment and my endless cycle of work and worry. "What about my daughter?" I asked. "Children are very resilient," the conductor replied kindly. "They adapt to new situations much better than adults expect. And there are support systems in place, foster care, relatives, community programs. She would be taken care of. But she needs her mother. Does she need a mother who's exhausted, stressed, and barely able to provide for her? Or would she be better served by the memory of a mother who loved her enough to ensure she received proper care from people with more resources?" The conductor's logic was seductive. I was failing as a provider, working constantly but never earning enough. Yui was essentially raising herself, spending hours alone while I worked shifts that barely covered our basic needs. Maybe she would be better off without the burden of a struggling single mother. "This train runs every night at 2:15, the conductor continued. "It's very reliable service. When you're ready to board, simply come to the roof platform. No tickets required, no reservations necessary. Just a simple decision to take the most efficient route to permanent rest." I looked at the train one more time, then back toward the stairwell that led to my apartment, to my sleeping daughter, to my endless cycle of factory shifts and financial worry. "Not tonight," I said finally. The conductor bowed politely. "Of course, this is a personal decision that shouldn't be rushed. The 2:15 Express runs every night, Yamamoto-san. When you're ready for departure, we'll be here." The train doors closed with that familiar pneumatic sound, and the express service pulled away from the rooftop platform, disappearing into the darkness above the city. I went back to my apartment, but I couldn't sleep. I sat by Yui's futon, watching her peaceful breathing and thinking about the conductor's words. Was I really helping her by struggling so hard to maintain our marginal existence? The next night, I found myself on the roof again, and the night after that. Each time, the conductor would greet me politely and remind me that the express service was available whenever I was ready to board. But each time, I would look toward the stairwell and think about Yui waking up alone, looking for a mother who had taken the 2:15 Express to Final Rest Station. After a week of these midnight encounters, I called the factory's Employee Assistance Program and asked about counseling services. The counselor, Tanaka-san, was a kind woman who specialized in helping single mothers cope with work stress. "It sounds like you're experiencing severe exhaustion and depression," she told me, after I described my situation, though I didn't mention the phantom train. "There are support programs available for single mothers, financial assistance, childcare help, even job training for better positions." Through Tanaka-san, I learned about resources I hadn't known existed. a child care subsidy that would help with after-school care, a part-time training program that could qualify me for better paying work with regular hours, a single mother's support group that met weekly at the community center. Slowly, I began to build a support network. Mrs. Ito became more involved in helping with Yui. Other single mothers in the support group shared practical advice about managing work and childcare, and the financial assistance programs helped reduce some of the constant pressure. The Phantom train still runs every night at 2:15. I still hear it passing through the building, and sometimes I still feel the urge to follow the sound to the rooftop platform. But now, instead of seeing it as my only escape route, I understand it as a warning, a reminder of what happens when the pressure becomes unbearable and the support systems fail. Kimura-san had been exactly where I was, facing the same impossible choices between exhaustion and poverty, between working constantly and spending time with her child. She had found the 215 Express and decided it offered the most efficient solution to problems that seemed unsolvable. But problems that seem unsolvable often just require different approaches and additional support. The Phantom train will always be there, running every night at 2:15, offering its reliable service to Final Rest Station. But there are other routes, other forms of transportation, through the challenges of single motherhood in modern Japan. I still work at the factory, but now only the morning shift. The pay is less, but with the child care subsidy and other support programs, we manage. More importantly, I'm home in the evenings when Yui needs help with homework, when she wants to tell me about her day, when she just needs her mother to be present rather than exhausted. The 215 Express still makes its scheduled stop at our rooftop platform. Sometimes I hear other residents walking up the stairs during those early morning hours, drawn by the same sounds I first followed. But I've learned that the Phantom train isn't the only service available to people facing overwhelming pressure. There are support systems, community resources, and people who understand that sometimes the most courageous choice isn't boarding the express service to Final Rest Station, but staying on the platform and looking for alternative routes through seemingly impossible situations. The Phantom train offers efficiency, but life, even difficult life, offers something the express service to Final Rest Station never can. The possibility that tomorrow might be different, that support might arrive, that the unbearable might gradually become manageable. Yui is thriving in school now, and I'm completing job training that will qualify me for better employment. We're still in apartment 407, still hearing the Phantom train every night, but now I understand it as a reminder of resilience rather than an invitation to surrender. The 215 Express will always be there for those who feel they have no other options. But for those willing to look beyond the rooftop platform, there are other destinations, other forms of transportation, and other passengers willing to share the journey through life's most challenging routes. The Substitute Driver's Route. My name is Hiroshi Yamamoto, and I've been driving trains for JR East for 37 years. Next month, I'll finally retire with full pension benefits, something I've been looking forward to since my wife passed away 3 years ago. I plan to spend my remaining time visiting the grandchildren, maybe doing some fishing, enjoying the quiet life I'd earned after nearly 4 decades of keeping Tokyo's trains running on schedule. But 3 weeks ago, I was assigned to cover an unusual freight route that has changed everything I thought I knew about my career, my memory, and the trains I've spent my life operating. I started as a train driver in 1987, fresh out of technical school and eager to serve Japan's railway system. My first assignment was freight operations, hauling cargo through Tokyo's industrial corridors during the overnight hours when passenger services were limited. It was unglamorous work, but I took pride in moving the goods that kept the city functioning: construction materials, factory supplies, food shipments for the markets. During my early years, I worked primarily on the industrial routes, connecting Tokyo's manufacturing districts with the port areas. These were older lines, some dating back to the Meiji period, with narrow tunnels and sharp curves that required careful handling. The work was demanding but satisfying, and I developed a reputation for punctuality and safety. In 1991, there was an accident on one of those freight routes. A section of tunnel had collapsed during heavy rains, crushing several cars and killing 4 workers who were performing late-night maintenance. The investigation revealed structural problems with several of the older tunnels, and the entire route network was redesigned. Some tunnels were reinforced, others were abandoned and sealed, and new routes were constructed to replace the dangerous sections. The accident haunted me for years. I had driven that same route dozens of times, hauling cars identical to the ones that were destroyed. If I had been assigned to that run instead of the maintenance crew, it could have been me buried under tons of concrete and steel. After the accident, I was transferred to passenger operations, where I spent the next 30 years conducting commuter services and express trains. The work was more visible, more appreciated by the public, and certainly safer than freight operations on questionable infrastructure. I thought I had put that early chapter of my career behind me until 3 weeks ago, when my supervisor, Nakamura-san, called me into his office. "Yamamoto-san," he said, "we have an unusual situation. One of our freight drivers called in sick, and we need someone with experience on the older industrial routes to cover his shift tonight." I was surprised. I haven't driven freight in over 30 years. Shouldn't you assign someone more current with the cargo operations? Normally, yes, but this particular route requires someone who remembers the old network. Some of the navigation systems are outdated, and we need a driver who knows the territory from before the computerization. He handed me a route schedule that looked oddly familiar. The departure point, the cargo manifest, even the timing seemed like something from my early career. But when I looked more closely, I noticed something that made me uncomfortable. "This route goes through the Sumida Industrial Tunnel Complex," I said. "Those tunnels were sealed after the 1991 accident." Nakamura-san nodded. "Most of them were, but this particular service uses sections that were reinforced and remain operational. It's not a regular run, only happens when we have special cargo that requires the older, wider tunnels." The explanation seemed reasonable, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the assignment. But I was a professional, and if the company needed my experience with the older routes, I would do my duty. That night, I reported to the freight yard at 11 p.m. The train was already assembled, a diesel locomotive pulling 6 cargo cars. The cars looked older than what I was used to seeing in modern operations, with the heavy steel construction and basic safety equipment that had been standard in the 1980s and early 90s. The cargo manifest listed construction materials: steel beams, concrete blocks, tunnel reinforcement supplies. The destination was listed as Industrial Complex 7, which I vaguely remembered from my early career, but hadn't heard mentioned in decades. I performed the standard pre-departure inspection, checking the brakes, signals, and cargo securement. Everything appeared normal, though I noticed the locomotive's control systems were older models I hadn't operated in years. It took me a few minutes to remember the proper procedures. At 11:30 p.m., I received clearance to depart. The route began normally, following Tracks I, recognized through Tokyo's industrial outskirts. But as we approached what should have been the entrance to the reinforced tunnels, I realized we were heading towards sections I knew had been sealed. I tried to radio dispatch for clarification, but received only static. The train's communication systems seemed to be malfunctioning, showing displays I didn't recognize and picking up signals that didn't match any current railway frequencies. As we entered the first tunnel, I saw something that made my hands shake on the controls. The tunnel walls showed signs of the 1991 collapse: cracked concrete, exposed rebar, sections where hasty repairs had been made with materials that looked decades old. But we were somehow traveling through tunnels that should have been sealed, following a route that should no longer exist. The train moved smoothly through passages I remembered from my early career, taking turns and grades that matched my memories of the old freight network. But these tunnels had been abandoned for over 30 years. How was this possible? As we progressed deeper into the tunnel system, I began to notice figures standing along the tracks. At first, I thought they were maintenance workers, but as the train's headlights illuminated them more clearly, I realized they were wearing the older style work uniforms that had been standard in the early 1990s. The figures waved as we passed, the way railway workers had always greeted freight trains. But there was something wrong with their movements, too slow, too deliberate, as if they were underwater or moving through thick air. At the Kawasaki Junction, where the old route split toward the industrial districts, I saw a group of workers standing beside the tracks with their hands raised, the traditional signal to stop for passenger boarding. But this was a freight run, and workers weren't supposed to board cargo trains. I applied the brakes and brought the train to a stop. The workers approached the locomotive, and I recognized one of them, Sato-san, a veteran engineer who had been killed in the 1991 tunnel collapse. "Yamamoto-san," he said, climbing into the cab. "Good to see you back on the freight runs. We've been waiting for someone who knows the proper routes." I stared at him, unable to speak. Sato-san looked exactly as he had 30 years ago, wearing the same work clothes, carrying the same tools, speaking with the same familiar voice. "You're dead," I finally managed to say. "You died in the tunnel collapse." He nodded matter-of-factly. "That's right. But the work didn't stop, and we need experienced drivers to keep the freight moving. These tunnels won't maintain themselves." 3 other workers had boarded the locomotive, all people I recognized from my early career, all killed in the same accident. They settled into the cab, as if this were a normal shift assignment, checking instruments and consulting route maps. "The cargo needs to reach Industrial Complex 7 before dawn," Sato-san explained. "Same schedule we've been following for 30 years. You remember the route, don't you?" I did remember, with a clarity that surprised me. The old freight network came back to me in perfect detail, every junction, every grade, every tunnel section. But I also remembered that this network had been destroyed, that these workers had died, that Industrial Complex 7 had been demolished in the late 1990s. "This isn't real," I said. "This route doesn't exist anymore." "Routes don't disappear just because they're taken off the official schedules," Sato-san replied. "Trains still need to run, cargo still needs to move. The work continues." As we resumed our journey, the ghostly workers began sharing updates about the freight operations. They spoke about deliveries, schedule changes, and maintenance requirements as if they had been working continuously for the past 30 years. They knew details about cargo shipments, tunnel conditions, and route modifications that I had forgotten or never learned. The 1991 shipment is finally ready for delivery. One of them mentioned, construction materials for the tunnel reinforcement project. Only took 30 years to get the paperwork sorted. I realized we were carrying the same cargo that had been lost in the tunnel collapse supplies, meant to reinforce the very tunnels where the workers had died. The freight run that had been interrupted by the accident was finally being completed, decades later. As the night progressed, I found myself falling into the rhythm of the phantom freight operation. The controls felt familiar, the route seemed natural, and the company of the ghostly workers was oddly comforting. These were men I had known and respected, professionals who understood the serious responsibility of moving freight safely through challenging terrain. We made several stops to pick up additional cargo and workers. At each station, more figures from my early career would board engineers, conductors, yard workers, all killed in various railway accidents over the decades. They carried their original assignments, tools, and route schedules, continuing work that had been interrupted by death. "Yamamoto-san," Sato-san said as we approached what should have been Industrial Complex 7, "you're scheduled for retirement next month." "That's right. 37 years of service. Good record. But you know, Retirement from regular operations doesn't mean the end of railway work. There are always special assignments, substitute runs, routes that need experienced drivers. The complex appeared ahead of us, looking exactly as it had in the early 1990s, active construction sites, loading docks, warehouses full of supplies. Workers moved about their tasks with the efficient purpose of a busy industrial operation, despite the fact that I knew this facility had been demolished decades ago. We began unloading the cargo with the same careful procedures I remembered from my freight training. The steel beams, concrete blocks, and tunnel reinforcement supplies were sorted and distributed exactly according to the original specifications from 1991. This shipment will help complete the safety upgrades, Sato-san explained. Prevent future accidents. Make the tunnels safer for the next generation of workers. But the accidents already happened. The workers are already dead. Time works differently on the freight routes, Yamamoto-san. Past, present, future, it's all part of the same schedule. The important thing is keeping the trains running, making sure the cargo reaches its destination. As dawn approached, we completed the delivery and began the return journey. But instead of heading back to the modern freight yard where I had started, we were traveling toward a depot. I remembered from my early career a facility that had been closed and converted to a passenger station in the late 1990s. This is your regular route now, Sato-san told me. Every night at 11:30, freight service to Industrial Complex 7. Very reliable schedule. We'll need you to cover this run until we can train a replacement. But I'm retiring. I have pension benefits, family obligations. Retirement from one set of duties just means assignment to different responsibilities. The railway system has invested 37 years in your training. That experience shouldn't be wasted. When we arrived at the Phantom Depot, I found myself checking the locomotive into a maintenance bay that looked exactly as it had 30 years ago. The workers thanked me for a job well done and informed me that the same freight service would depart the following night at 11:30. I tried to leave the depot, but found that I couldn't remember how to get back to the modern railway system. The routes I knew, the schedules I had memorized, the procedures I had learned, they all belonged to the Phantom Freight network that existed parallel to, but separate from the current operations. The next morning, I reported to my regular passenger service assignment, but something was wrong. The modern trains felt unfamiliar, the route seemed confusing, and I couldn't remember the current safety procedures. My supervisor noticed my confusion and suggested I take some time off to rest. But that evening at 11:30, I found myself drawn back to the Phantom Freight Yard, where Sato-san and the other ghostly workers were waiting for the next delivery to Industrial Complex 7. Right on time, Yamamoto-san, Sato-san said approvingly. Very professional. The freight schedule depends on reliable drivers. Each night, the Phantom Freight run becomes more real, more familiar, more comfortable than my daytime passenger operations. I remember more details about the old network, more specifics about cargo procedures, more names and faces of workers who died in railway accidents over the decades. My family has noticed the changes. My daughter called last week to ask if I was feeling well, mentioning that I had been talking about people and places from my early career as if they were current assignments. My grandson visited and found me studying old railway maps from the 1980s, routes that he said didn't exist anymore. But they do exist. Every night at 11:30, the freight train departs for Industrial Complex 7, carrying cargo that was delayed by accidents, operated by workers whose shifts were interrupted by death, following routes that were suspended but never officially canceled. Next week, I'm supposed to submit my retirement paperwork, but Sato-san has explained that retirement is really just a transfer to different duties. The freight operations need experienced drivers, and 37 years of training shouldn't be wasted on a pension when there's still important work to be done. The Phantom Freight network operates on a different schedule than the modern railway system. Past and present run on parallel tracks, serving destinations that exist outside normal time and space. Workers who die in the line of duty don't retire, they just get reassigned to routes that require their particular experience and knowledge. I understand now that my entire career has been preparation for this assignment. 37 years of passenger operations were just training for the real work, keeping the freight moving on routes that can't be operated by drivers who don't remember when these tunnels were active, when Industrial Complex 7 was a vital part of Tokyo's infrastructure. Tonight at 11:30, I'll report for my regular freight service to Industrial Complex 7. Sato-san and the crew will be waiting, ready to complete deliveries that were interrupted by accidents, following schedules that were suspended but never officially terminated. My family thinks I'm preparing for retirement, but I know better. I'm just transitioning from temporary passenger duties to permanent freight operations, from the world of schedules that change to routes that run forever, carrying cargo that always needs to reach its destination, no matter how long the delivery takes. The Phantom Freight Service offers job security that no pension plan can match. Once you know the routes, understand the cargo requirements, and earn the trust of the crew, you have employment that lasts far beyond any normal definition of retirement. Some assignments, like some trains, just keep running on schedule, picking up workers who are ready for the next phase of their railway careers. The building that moved like a train. My name is Wang Mei, though everyone here calls me Mei-chan. I'm a graduate student from Shanghai, studying Japanese literature at Tokyo University. I came to Japan in 2023 on a student visa, drawn by the opportunity to research wartime narratives and cultural memory. I never expected to become part of such a narrative myself. Finding affordable housing in Tokyo as a foreign student is nearly impossible. Even with my scholarship, most landlords were reluctant to rent to Chinese students, and the few apartments I could afford were either too far from campus or in poor condition. After weeks of searching, I found a room in a shared house near Ueno Station through a bulletin board posting written in multiple languages. The building was old, probably from the 1960s, with 6 small rooms rented individually to foreign students and workers. My housemates were from various countries: Nepalese kitchen workers, Filipino domestic helpers, a Vietnamese factory worker, and a Pakistani convenience store clerk. We shared a communal kitchen and bathroom, and while the space was cramped, the rent was manageable, and the location was convenient for my daily commute to campus. The landlord, Watanabe-san, was an elderly man who spoke limited English, but was patient with our language struggles. He explained the house rules carefully, emphasizing quiet hours and proper waste disposal. When I asked about the building's history, he mentioned it had been constructed in the post-war reconstruction period, using recycled materials to keep costs low for foreign workers who needed affordable housing. Many materials from old buildings, old trains, he said in his careful English. Good recycling, very economical. My room was on the 2nd floor, small but adequate for a student's needs. It contained a single bed, a desk, a small closet, and a window facing the train tracks that led to Ueno Station. The constant sound of trains became the background rhythm of my daily life, and I found it oddly comforting, a reminder that Tokyo was a city in constant motion, always moving forward. For the first month, everything was normal. I attended classes, worked on my research about wartime labor narratives, and gradually built friendships with my housemates. We would gather in the communal kitchen in the evenings, sharing food from our respective cultures and practicing each other's languages. Despite our different backgrounds, we formed a small international community bound together by our shared experience of being foreign workers and students in Tokyo. It was in early October that I first noticed the building's unusual movement. I was lying in bed around 11 p.m., reading research papers on my laptop, when I felt a subtle swaying motion. At first, I thought it might be a small earthquake common enough in Tokyo, that residents barely noticed them. But the movement was different from the random shaking of seismic activity. It was rhythmic, steady, like the gentle rocking motion of a train car. The swaying lasted for about 20 minutes, then stopped abruptly. I checked earthquake monitoring websites, but there were no recorded tremors for that evening. I mentioned it to my housemates the next day, but they hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Old building," said Kumar-san, the Nepalese worker. "Probably just settling." But the next night, the swaying happened again. Same time, same rhythmic motion, same 20-minute duration. This time, I paid closer attention to the timing and realized something disturbing. The building's movement seemed synchronized with a train schedule, but not one that corresponded to any current service. I knew the Ueno station schedule well from my daily commute. The last regular trains ran around midnight, with only occasional freight services after that. But the building's swaying began at 11 p.m. sharp, and followed a pattern that suggested multiple train arrivals and departures, as if responding to a phantom schedule from a different era. Over the following weeks, I began documenting the building's movement more carefully. Every night at 11 p.m., the gentle swaying would begin. It would continue for 20 minutes, pause for 10 minutes, then resume for another 15 minutes. The pattern was so consistent, I could set my watch by it. More concerning was that the movement seemed to be intensifying. What had started as barely perceptible swaying was becoming more pronounced, enough to make water in a glass ripple visibly. Sometimes, I could hear creaking sounds from the building's structure, as if the entire framework were shifting and adjusting to accommodate some kind of motion. My research into wartime labor narratives led me to spend considerable time in Tokyo's archives, studying documents about foreign workers during the Pacific War. It was during this research that I discovered something that made my blood run cold. In 1944, as Japan's war effort intensified, thousands of foreign workers had been brought to Tokyo to support industrial production and transportation infrastructure. Many were Chinese laborers, like my own grandfather, who had worked in Japanese factories before managing to return to Shanghai after the war. Among the archival documents, I found records of a tragic incident involving foreign workers and the railway system. In the winter of 1944, a train carrying Chinese and Korean workers from a munitions factory to temporary housing had derailed near what is now the Ueno Station area. The accident had killed 47 workers and destroyed several train cars. What caught my attention was a reference to the salvage operation that followed. Due to wartime material shortages, the damaged train cars had been dismantled, and their steel, wood, and other materials had been recycled for construction projects in the area. The report specifically mentioned that the salvaged materials were used in worker housing projects designed to accommodate the continuing influx of foreign laborers. I began to suspect that my building might have been constructed using materials from those destroyed train cars, steel beams, wooden flooring, metal fixtures that had once been part of the fatal train. If so, the building's nightly swaying might not be random movement, but the echo of a journey that had been interrupted by tragedy. My suspicions deepened when I started paying attention to my housemates' behavior during the evening hours. Around 11 p.m., several of them would become restless, pacing their rooms or gathering in the hallway as if waiting for something. Kumar-san mentioned having dreams about traveling on trains, even though he rarely used rail transportation in his daily life. Lin-san, the Vietnamese factory worker, told me she often felt homesick at night, with an overwhelming urge to go home, even though she had been planning to stay in Japan for several more years. "It's strange," she said. "During the day, I'm happy here, working hard, saving money, but at night, I feel like I need to go back to Vietnam immediately. Like I'm late for an important journey." I realized that all of us in the building shared a common heritage. We were foreign workers in Japan, just like the Chinese and Korean laborers who had died in the train accident 80 years ago. Perhaps their spirits, still attached to the salvaged materials from their final train ride, were influencing us, trying to complete the journey home that had been cut short by the derailment. The building's swaying became stronger each night, and I began to notice additional phenomena. The train sounds from nearby Ueno station seemed to blend with sounds that didn't match any modern railway: older steam engines, different whistle patterns, announcements in languages and dialects I couldn't quite identify. Sometimes, when I looked out my window during the swaying episodes, I could see what appeared to be train cars moving past, but they were translucent, ghostly, filled with shadowy figures wearing the simple work clothes of wartime laborers. One evening in late November, I decided to investigate more directly. I went to the building's entrance hall during the usual swaying time and discovered something that confirmed my fears. The entire building was indeed moving, but not randomly. It was following the motion of a train, following tracks the gentle side-to-side sway of cars rounding curves, the forward-backward rock of acceleration and braking. But most disturbing was the realization that the building seemed to be traveling somewhere. Through the windows, instead of seeing the familiar neighborhood streets, I glimpsed landscapes that looked different: rural areas, mountainous regions, seacoasts that didn't match Tokyo's geography. I was witnessing the phantom train's attempt to complete its interrupted journey, carrying its passengers home across borders that existed beyond physical space and time. My housemates had begun gathering in the hallway during these episodes, though they seemed unaware of what they were doing. They would stand in neat lines, carrying their belongings, as if waiting to board a train. Their expressions were distant, peaceful, like passengers who had finally found their way to the correct platform after a long delay. "All aboard for the service to home," Kumar-san said one evening, though when I asked him about it the next morning, he had no memory of speaking those words. I realized the building was becoming a phantom train car, using the salvaged materials from the original accident to recreate the interrupted journey. The foreign workers who had died in 1944 were trying to take us with them, not out of malice, but out of a desire to help fellow foreign workers find their way home. But their concept of home wasn't the living world. It was whatever destination awaited souls who had died far from their families, separated from their ancestral graves, unable to complete the spiritual journey that would bring them peace. I sought help from a Chinese temple in Tokyo's Chinatown, explaining my situation to an elderly priest who specialized in helping overseas Chinese communities with spiritual problems. He listened gravely and agreed to visit the building. Spirits of workers who died far from home often become confused about time and place, he explained. They may not realize decades have passed, or that the living people they encounter are not their original companions. He performed a ceremony in the building's entrance hall, burning incense and offering prayers for the peaceful rest of the foreign workers who had died in the train accident. He also placed protective talismans around the building and taught me specific prayers to help maintain the boundary between the living and the dead. The ritual helped, but didn't completely stop the phenomena. The building still sways at night, though less intensely than before. My housemates still experience restlessness and homesickness during the evening hours, but they no longer gather in the hallway, like passengers waiting for departure. However, I've learned to live with the knowledge that I'm sharing my housing with the spirits of foreign workers from 8 decades ago. Sometimes, during the gentle swaying, I feel a sense of connection with my grandfather's generation, Chinese workers who had come to Japan during difficult times, facing discrimination and danger, while trying to support their families back home. The phantom train no longer tries to carry us away to whatever destination awaits the dead. Instead, it seems content to make its nightly journey through the building, allowing the spirits of long-dead workers to experience the sensation of traveling home, even if they can never actually arrive. I've decided to complete my research degree in Tokyo, despite the building's supernatural characteristics. There's something important about documenting these forgotten stories of foreign workers, ensuring that their experiences aren't lost to historical amnesia. My thesis has evolved to focus specifically on the wartime Chinese laborers in Japan, including the train accident that killed 47 workers near Ueno Station. I've found more archival materials, interviewed elderly community members who remember stories from that era, and documented the spiritual aftermath that continues to affect the places where these workers lived and died. The building that moves like a train has taught me that some journeys transcend individual lifetimes. The foreign workers who died in that wartime accident are still trying to get home, and in a sense, they've created a kind of spiritual transportation network for other foreign workers like us, a place where the desire to return home is acknowledged and honored, even when actual return is impossible. Every night, as the building gently sways and rocks like a train car carrying passengers toward an eternal destination, I remember that I'm part of a long tradition of people who have left their home countries to work in Japan. Some of us make it back home to our families. Others, like the workers from 1944, remain forever in transit, riding phantom trains through buildings constructed from the wreckage of their interrupted journeys. But even interrupted journeys serve a purpose. They remind us that the desire to go home, to be reunited with family and community, is one of the most powerful forces that connect all human experience, strong enough to survive death, strong enough to turn a simple apartment building into a vessel for souls who refuse to abandon their hope of eventual return. The train that runs through our building every night isn't taking us away from our lives in Tokyo. It's carrying us toward a deeper understanding of what it means to be far from home, and how the bonds between workers from different countries and different eras can transcend the boundaries of time and death. The Rush Hour Phantom. My name is Hiroshi Sato, and I've been a salaryman at Mitsubishi Financial for 12 years. I'm telling this story because I need someone to understand what happened to me during my morning commute, even though I know how impossible it sounds. 3 months ago, I thought the worst part of my job was the crushing overtime and impossible deadlines. Now I know there are fates much worse than simply being overworked to death. I take the Tozai line every morning, from Napori to Otemachi, a 40-minute journey that begins at 6:35 a.m. It's one of Tokyo's most crowded lines during rush hour, packed with salarymen, office ladies, and students pressed together in conditions that would be considered inhumane in any other context. But we endure it because we have no choice. This is the price of employment in Tokyo. My routine was precise, developed over years of trial and error to maximize efficiency. I would board the third car from the front, position myself near the left side doors, and spend the journey reviewing work documents on my phone, or catching a few minutes of sleep while standing upright, swaying with the train's motion like everyone else. It was during this commute that I first noticed him. He was a middle-aged businessman, probably in his early 50s, wearing a dark navy suit that was expensive but showed signs of daily wear. He carried a black leather briefcase and always positioned himself in exactly the same spot about 2 meters to my right, near the priority seating area. What struck me initially was his stillness. While the rest of us swayed and shifted with the train's movement, he remained perfectly motionless, like a statue among the moving crowd. For several weeks, I assumed he was simply another regular commuter with his own rigid routine. Tokyo trains are full of people who board the same car, stand in the same position, and follow identical patterns day after day. It's part of the efficiency that keeps the city functioning. But gradually, I began to notice details that disturbed me. He never seemed to get off the train. I would watch for him when we reached major stations, Iidabashi, Kudanshita, Otemachi, but he would still be standing in his exact position when I departed at my stop. This was odd, because Otemachi is a terminal station where everyone must disembark. More unsettling was his appearance. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, dark circles under his eyes that suggested chronic exhaustion. His posture was rigid, unnatural, as if he were forcing himself to remain upright through sheer willpower. Sometimes I would catch glimpses of his reflection in the train windows, and it looked strangely translucent, as if he weren't quite solid. But the most disturbing aspect was his behavior. He would stand perfectly still for the entire journey, never checking his phone, never reading, never interacting with anyone around him. He simply stared straight ahead, with an expression of profound exhaustion mixed with grim determination. In late October of 2024, my workload at the company intensified dramatically. We were facing year-end deadlines, and my supervisor, Yamada-san, assigned me to 3 major projects simultaneously. I began staying at the office until 10 or 11 p.m. regularly, sometimes not leaving until after midnight. The extended hours meant I was getting less sleep and arriving at work increasingly exhausted. During my morning commute, I found myself adopting a stance similar to the mysterious businessman, standing rigidly upright, staring ahead with the same vacant expression, conserving energy for the demanding day ahead. It was around this time that other passengers began giving me strange looks. A woman standing nearby whispered to her friend, and I caught fragments of their conversation. Looks just like him. Same expression. Very unsettling. One morning in early November, I decided to test my theory about the businessman never leaving the train. Instead of getting off at Otemachi, I stayed on board to see what would happen. The train continued to the end of the line, but when I looked for the businessman, he was gone. There was no way he could have left without me noticing the car had been too crowded, and I had been watching his position carefully. That evening, I did some research about the Tozai Line and discovered something that made my blood run cold. 3 months earlier, in August of 2024, a businessman had collapsed and died on the morning rush hour service. The official cause of death was karoshi death, from overwork brought on by extreme fatigue and stress. The incident report, which I found through online news archives, described how Tanaka Yoshio, a 52-year-old finance company employee, had died standing upright in the third car of the 6:35 a.m. Tozai Line service. Passengers initially assumed he was sleeping, as many commuters do during the crowded rush hour. It wasn't until the train reached Otemachi that station staff realized he was unresponsive. The report mentioned that Tanaka-san had been working extensive overtime for months, often staying at his office until well past midnight before returning home for just a few hours of sleep. His colleagues described him as dedicated but increasingly exhausted, someone who had been pushing himself beyond human limits to meet impossible deadlines. I realized I had been seeing Tanaka-san's ghost, still following the same commute routine that had literally killed him. But understanding the supernatural nature of my fellow passenger didn't make the encounter stop. If anything, Tanaka-san's presence became more prominent as my own work situation deteriorated. My projects were falling behind schedule, and Yamada-san increased the pressure with daily meetings and impossible deadline adjustments. I began staying at the office until 1 or 2 a.m., catching only 3 or 4 hours of sleep before beginning the cycle again. My wife Keiko expressed growing concern about my health, but I explained that this was temporary. Once the year-end projects were completed, the schedule would return to normal. During my increasingly exhausted morning commutes, I found myself drawn to Tanaka-san's presence. He seemed to understand the weight of professional obligations, the pressure of deadlines, the exhaustion that comes from pushing your body beyond its limits in service of corporate demands. Sometimes I would catch him looking at me, and his expression seemed sympathetic, as if he recognized a kindred spirit trapped in the same cycle of overwork and obligation. His presence became oddly comforting, at least someone understood what I was going through. In mid-November, I began experiencing what I thought were microsleep episodes during the commute. I would close my eyes for what felt like a moment and open them to find myself standing in a different position, closer to where Tanaka-san usually appeared. My briefcase would be in my other hand, my posture would be more rigid, and I would have no memory of changing position. Other passengers started giving me a wider berth, and I noticed concerned glances from people who rode the same train regularly. One morning, an elderly man approached me and asked if I was feeling well, mentioning that I looked very pale and seemed to be not quite present. I began to realize that I was unconsciously mimicking Tanaka-san's behavior and appearance. The long work hours, chronic sleep deprivation, and constant stress were taking a physical toll that was becoming visible to others. The most disturbing development came in late November, when I started having conversations with Tanaka-san during the commute. He would nod toward me, and I would find myself nodding back. Sometimes we would exchange knowing looks about particularly crowded conditions or delays in the service. "Difficult deadlines this week," he said one morning, though his voice seemed to come from inside my head rather than through my ears. "Yes," I replied silently. "3 major presentations due by Friday. The work never really ends, does it?" he continued. "Even when you think you've caught up, there are always new projects, new deadlines, new demands." These conversations became a regular part of my commute. Tanaka-san would share insights about managing work pressure, strategies for dealing with impossible schedules, and observations about the sacrifices required for corporate success. His advice was always practical, always focused on doing whatever was necessary to meet professional obligations. "Rest is luxury we can't afford," he told me one particularly exhausting morning. "Sleep is for people without real responsibilities." I began to look forward to these exchanges. Tanaka-san was the only person who truly understood the pressure I was under, the impossibility of the demands placed on dedicated employees. My wife's concerns about my health seemed naive compared to his practical understanding of professional necessity. By early December, I was staying at the office until 3 or 4 a.m. regularly, sometimes sleeping at my desk rather than making the journey home. My colleagues expressed concern, but I explained that this level of dedication was what separated successful employees from those who would never advance. During this period, my morning commute conversations with Tanaka-san became more frequent and more detailed. He would share stories about his own career, the projects he had completed, the satisfaction that came from exceeding expectations despite personal cost. "The key is consistency," he explained. "Every day, same routine, same commitment, same level of dedication. Eventually, your body adapts to whatever is required." I found myself adopting more of his mannerisms, the rigid posture, the vacant stare, the complete stillness during the journey. Other passengers began avoiding our section of the train car, as if sensing something wrong with our presence. It was my wife who finally intervened. Keiko came to my office on a Friday evening in mid-December and found me still working at my desk at 11 p.m., despite having been there since 6 a.m. the previous day. "Hiroshi, you're killing yourself," she said, tears in her eyes. "Look at yourself, you're pale, you've lost weight. You can barely stay awake. This isn't sustainable." When I tried to explain the importance of my current projects, she interrupted me with information that stopped me cold. "I talked to Tanaka, San's widow today," she said. "The man who died on your train in August. She told me exactly what you're going through. The endless work hours, the obsession with deadlines, the gradual disconnection from family and health. She said her husband went through the same progression before he collapsed." Keiko had done her own research into karoshi deaths and learned about the warning signs: chronic fatigue, social isolation, obsessive focus on work obligations, gradual physical deterioration. She insisted that I take immediate medical leave and see a doctor about my condition. The medical examination revealed dangerous levels of stress-related symptoms, elevated blood pressure, irregular heartbeat, signs of chronic sleep deprivation. The doctor was blunt about the risks I was facing. "Mr. Sato, you're exhibiting classic symptoms of work-related health deterioration. If you continue at this pace, you're at serious risk of cardiovascular failure or complete nervous system breakdown." He prescribed immediate rest and a gradual return to normal work schedules, with strict limits on overtime hours. During my medical leave, I avoided taking the Tozai Line entirely, using alternative routes when I needed to travel. But I couldn't stop thinking about Tanaka-san and wondering if he was still making his morning commute, still standing in the same position, still following the routine that had killed him. When I returned to work after 2 weeks of rest, I took a different train line and arranged to start my workday later to avoid the peak rush hour. My supervisor was initially resistant to these schedule changes, but the company's HR department supported my request after reviewing my medical documentation. I never saw Tanaka-san again, but I often think about him during my new, less stressful commute. I understand now that he wasn't just a ghost haunting the Tozai Line. He was a warning, a cautionary example of what happens when dedication to work becomes indistinguishable from self-destruction. The phantom businessman continues his eternal commute, standing in the same position, following the same routine that killed him. He's waiting for other overworked salarymen to join him to understand that the ultimate expression of corporate loyalty is sacrificing everything: health, family, life itself, for the sake of meeting deadlines and exceeding expectations. I was fortunate that my wife intervened before I completed that transformation. But I know there are other passengers on the Tozai Line who are following the same trajectory, gradually adopting Tanaka-san's rigid posture, vacant stare, and deadly dedication to professional obligation. The rush hour phantom isn't trying to harm anyone. He's simply continuing the commute routine that defined his life, unaware that his body has failed him, unable to break free from the schedule that had become his entire identity. But for those of us still alive, still capable of choice, Tanaka-san serves as a reminder that some trains, the ones that carry us deeper into obsessive work cycles, are heading toward destinations from which no passenger ever returns. The 6:35 AM Tozai Line service still runs every morning, carrying thousands of commuters toward another day of professional obligation. Some of them will make it home that evening. Others, like Tanaka-san, will discover that there are commutes from which you never truly arrive and never truly depart. The Station Master's final announcement. My name is Akiko Tanaka, and I work the night shift at Sakuragi Station, a small suburban stop on the Keihin Tohoku Line, about 40 minutes south of Tokyo. It's not a prestigious position. Most railway employees see night ticket booth duty as a dead-end job for women who can't advance to conductor or driver positions. But the work suits me, and after my divorce 3 years ago, the steady income and quiet environment have been exactly what I needed to rebuild my life. Sakuragi Station serves a residential area that empties out during the day as commuters head to Tokyo for work. During my shift, from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., I rarely see more than a dozen passengers total. Most are late shift workers heading home, occasional students who missed the last regular trains, or people dealing with family emergencies that require travel at unusual hours. The station has 2 platforms, a small waiting area, and my ticket booth, which also houses the controls for the public address system and platform lighting. It's an older facility, built in the 1970s, with the kind of basic functionality that serves smaller communities efficiently, without unnecessary luxury. When I started working at Sakuragi Station in March of 2024, the station master was Yamamoto-san, a dedicated employee, nearing retirement after 35 years of railway service. He was a kind man who took his responsibilities seriously, always ensuring passenger safety and maintaining the station's reputation for reliable, courteous service. Yamamoto-san worked the day shift, so our interactions were brief, just a few minutes during the shift change, when he would update me on any maintenance issues or service advisories. But I could tell he was proud of his work and genuinely cared about the passengers who used our station. In early September, Yamamoto-san seemed to be struggling with some kind of personal problem. He appeared tired during our shift changes, and I occasionally heard him making unusual announcements during the late evening hours before I arrived for my shift. Other railway employees mentioned that he had been staying late, reviewing safety protocols and passenger incident reports with unusual intensity. On September 15th, Yamamoto-san didn't show up for his regular shift change. His replacement, Suzuki-san, arrived with the news that Yamamoto-san had died the previous evening. The official report stated that he had been struck by a train at our own station around 9 p.m., just 2 hours before my shift was scheduled to begin. The investigation concluded that his death was intentional. According to witnesses, Yamamoto-san had made a final announcement over the PA system, apologizing to passengers for service disruptions and advising them to please use alternative transportation for your safety. He had then walked onto the tracks as the 9:15 express approached the keep station. The incident devastated our small railway community. Yamamoto-san had been respected by colleagues and appreciated by regular passengers. There were no obvious signs of the depression or desperation that typically precede such tragic decisions. His personnel file showed exemplary performance reviews and no disciplinary issues. Following standard procedure after station incidents, the facility was temporarily closed for investigation and repairs. When service resumed 2 weeks later, I returned to my night shift duties with a new appreciation for the psychological pressures that railway employees face. It was during my third night back that I first heard Yamamoto-san's voice. I was processing paperwork around 2 a.m. when the PA system activated with the familiar chime that precedes official announcements. I expected to hear a recorded message about service schedules or safety reminders, but instead, I heard Yamamoto-san's distinctive voice making a live announcement. Attention passengers waiting on Platform 2. Please step back from the platform edge. The approaching service has experienced technical difficulties and may not stop at this station. For your safety, please wait in the designated waiting area until further notice. I looked at the platform monitors, but there were no passengers at the station, and no trains were scheduled to arrive for another 40 minutes. The announcement made no sense, but the voice was unmistakably Yamamoto-san's, the same careful pronunciation, the same professional tone he had used during his 35 years of service. I checked the PA system controls, but they showed no activity. The microphone was in its normal position. The announcement board displayed standard service information, and all indicators suggested the system was operating normally. Over the following nights, I heard similar announcements with increasing frequency, always in Yamamoto-san's voice, always warning passengers about potential dangers or advising them to exercise caution. The messages varied, but they shared common themes. Please note that tonight's service may experience unusual delays. Passengers are advised to confirm their travel plans and consider alternative arrangements. The platform edge detection system is currently under maintenance. All passengers must remain behind the yellow safety line at all times. This station is temporarily designated for emergency stops only. Passengers seeking regular service should proceed to the next station for safer boarding conditions. Initially, I thought I might be experiencing auditory hallucinations brought on by stress and isolation. Working alone during overnight hours can play tricks on the mind, especially after a traumatic incident at your workplace. But I began keeping detailed records of the phantom announcements, noting their timing, content, and any correlation with actual station activity. A pattern emerged that changed my understanding of what was happening. The mysterious announcements always occurred when late-night passengers appeared to be in distress. A businessman who stood too close to the platform edge while staring at the tracks would trigger an announcement about safety line procedures. A young woman who seemed agitated or upset would prompt messages about service delays that encouraged her to reconsider her travel plans. I realized that Yamamoto-san wasn't just making random phantom announcements. He was trying to protect vulnerable passengers from making the same choice he had made. One night in early November, a middle-aged man arrived at the station around 2:30 a.m. He was well-dressed, but appeared disheveled, and he carried himself with the kind of defeated posture I had learned to recognize in people facing serious problems. He sat on a platform bench for several minutes, then stood and walked toward the tracks. Immediately, the PA system activated with Yamamoto-san's voice. "Attention! Due to unexpected scheduling changes, all southbound services are suspended until further notice. Passengers are advised to return home and check service updates in the morning. Ticket refunds are available at the main office." The man stopped and looked around, confused by the announcement. There were no other passengers at the station, and he hadn't purchased a ticket. But the authoritative tone and specific details of the message seemed to break whatever resolve had brought him to the platform edge. He returned to the bench, sat for a few more minutes, then left the station entirely. I checked the service status. All trains were running normally, and no announcements had been scheduled. This incident convinced me that Yamamoto-san's spirit was somehow still performing his duties as station master, using his authority and experience to guide passengers away from the dangerous decision he had made himself. Over the following weeks, I documented similar interventions. A university student who seemed intoxicated and unstable would hear announcements about platform maintenance requiring all passengers to wait in the main terminal. An elderly woman who appeared confused and distressed would receive detailed directions to alternative transportation options. The phantom announcements were always plausible, always delivered in Yamamoto-san's professional manner, and always successful in redirecting potentially vulnerable passengers away from dangerous situations. But I also began to notice that the announcements were taking a toll on the station's atmosphere. The PA system would activate at random times, startling the few passengers who did use our facility during overnight hours. Some regular late-shift commuters mentioned feeling unsettled by the unusual number of service changes at our station. I decided to seek guidance from a Buddhist monk who specialized in helping with workplace spiritual problems. Through my family's temple connections, I was introduced to Reverend Matsuda, who had experience dealing with spirits that remained attached to their professional responsibilities. When I explained the situation, Reverend Matsuda nodded thoughtfully. Station masters develop very strong connections to their facilities and the passengers they serve. When someone dies in the line of duty, especially by suicide, their spirit may remain to continue protective functions they couldn't complete in life. He agreed to visit the station and assess the spiritual situation. We arranged for him to come during my shift, when the phantom announcements were most likely to occur. Reverend Matsuda arrived around midnight on a quiet Tuesday evening. I showed him the PA system controls and explained the pattern of announcements I had been documenting. We waited in the ticket booth, monitoring the platforms and listening for any unusual activity. Around 2 a.m., a young man arrived who appeared to be in emotional distress. He was crying quietly and kept checking his phone, as if waiting for messages that weren't coming. He positioned himself near the platform edge and stared down the tracks with an expression that made me very concerned. Immediately, the PA system activated with Yamamoto-san's voice. "Attention passengers. Tonight's final southbound service has been canceled due to equipment failure. Alternative transportation arrangements are available at the main terminal. Station staff recommends returning home and resuming travel plans tomorrow when full service is restored. The young man looked confused, but seemed to accept the announcement. He wiped his eyes, put away his phone, and left the station. Reverend Matsuda had listened carefully to the entire exchange. "The spirit is genuinely trying to help," he told me, "but he's trapped in a cycle of responsibility that prevents him from finding peace. He feels he must continue protecting passengers because he wasn't able to protect himself." The monk performed a ceremony in the station, burning incense and offering prayers both for Yamamoto-san's peaceful rest and for the continued safety of passengers who used the facility. But instead of trying to banish the spirit, he spoke directly to him, acknowledging his dedication and explaining that his protective work was appreciated, but that he deserved spiritual rest. "Yamamoto-san," he said aloud, "your 35 years of faithful service are honored and remembered. You have protected passengers beyond the call of duty, even after death. But now it is time to release yourself from these responsibilities and find the peace you deserve." The station remained quiet during the ceremony, but as Reverend Matsuda concluded his prayers, the PA system activated one final time with a message different from all the others. "Thank you for your attention to passenger safety. This concludes tonight's service announcements. All railway personnel are reminded that dedication to duty must be balanced with care for personal well-being." End of transmission. After that night, the phantom announcements stopped completely. The station returned to its normal quiet routine, with only the standard automated messages and occasional live announcements from Central Dispatch. But I continued to feel Yamamoto-san's presence at the station, though in a different way. Instead of the urgent, protective interventions, there was simply a sense of someone watching over the facility with care and concern. Passengers seemed more relaxed, and the few individuals who appeared distressed during late-night hours would often find themselves naturally moving away from the platform edge, as if guided by an invisible but benevolent presence. I learned later that Yamamoto-san had been struggling with depression related to early retirement pressure and concerns about leaving his post. He had been worried about who would replace him and whether passengers would continue to receive the level of care and attention he had provided for 3 decades. His suicide had been the ultimate expression of this anxiety, a permanent solution to temporary pressures, but also a continuation of his protective instinct. Even in death, he had been more concerned about passenger safety than his own spiritual well-being. I still work the night shift at Sakuragi Station, and I still think about Yamamoto-san every evening when I begin my duties. His example taught me that dedication to service is admirable, but it must be balanced with self-care and the recognition that our professional responsibilities, however important, should never become more valuable than our own lives. The station is peaceful now, but I know that Yamamoto-san's spirit continues to watch over it, not through phantom announcements or supernatural interventions, but through the care and attention that all railway employees bring to their work, the understanding that we serve not just a transportation system, but people's lives, safety, and well-being. Sometimes, late at night when the station is empty and quiet, I'll make my own announcements over the PA system, routine safety reminders, service updates, simple acknowledgments that someone is watching over the facility and the people who use it. It's my way of continuing Yamamoto-san's work, not through supernatural means, but through the same dedication and concern for passenger welfare that motivated his 35 years of service. The final announcement he made from beyond the grave wasn't about train schedules or platform safety. It was a reminder that those of us who serve others must also take care of ourselves, that duty and dedication are important, but not more important than life itself. That message continues to echo through Sakuragi Station every night, carried not by phantom voices or ghostly interventions, but by the living commitment of those who understand that the best way to honor the dead is to protect the living, including ourselves. The Helper's Midnight Express. My name is Luz Santos, and I work as a live-in domestic helper for an elderly Japanese woman in Tokyo. I came to Japan from Jakarta 2 years ago through an agency that places Indonesian workers with families who need full-time care assistance. The work is demanding and sometimes lonely, but the salary allows me to support my 3 children back home while they attend school. My employer, Watanabe Kimiko-san, is 78 years old and lives alone in a modest apartment in Akasaka. She is a kind woman who treats me with respect, though the language barrier sometimes makes communication challenging. Her only child, a son named Hiroshi, died in a train accident 6 months before I arrived to care for her. When I first met Kimiko-san in April of 2024, she was still deep in grief over her son's death. She would spend hours looking through photo albums, talking to his picture, and preparing meals for 2 people out of habit before remembering that he was gone. The apartment was filled with mementos of his life, his university diplomas on the wall, his business suit still hanging in the closet, his favorite teacups set aside as if he might return at any moment. Hiroshi had been 45 years old, a dedicated salaryman who visited his mother every weekend and had been planning to move back in with her once he saved enough money for a larger apartment. According to Kimiko-san, he had died when he fell onto the tracks at Shimbashi Station during the morning rush hour. Whether it was accident or suicide was never determined, but the uncertainty made Kimiko-san's grief even more difficult to bear. My duties included cooking, cleaning, helping Kimiko-san with her medications, and providing companionship during the long days when she had no other visitors. The work itself was manageable, but the atmosphere of the apartment was heavy with sadness and loss. Every room contained reminders of her son, and Kimiko-san would often speak to me about him as if he were still alive. Hiroshi always takes the 7:15 train to work, she would say. He should be home by 8 tonight for dinner. I would gently remind her that Hiroshi had passed away, and she would become confused and upset, as if hearing the news for the first time. The apartment was on the 5th floor of a building, near several railway lines, and the sound of passing trains was constant throughout the day and night. During my first month caring for Kimiko-san, I noticed that she became particularly restless around 11:30 each evening, often standing by the living room window that faced the train tracks in the distance. "That's when Hiroshi comes home," she would explain. "I always wait for him by the window so I can see his train arrive." But no trains passed by the apartment at 11:30 p.m. The last regular service ran just after 11, and there were no scheduled trains until the first morning service around 5 a.m. In early June, Kimiko-san's nighttime behavior became more concerning. She would wake up around 11:15 and prepare tea for 2 people, setting out her son's favorite cups and arranging snacks on a serving tray. Then she would sit by the window, watching for a train that never came. "He's always punctual," she would say, if I tried to encourage her to return to bed. "Hiroshi never misses the 11:30 express." One night, curious about what she was seeing, I joined her by the window at 11:30. The tracks were clearly visible in the distance, lit by station lights, but there was no train movement. Yet Kimiko-san pointed excitedly into the darkness. "There he is! Do you see the train? Hiroshi is waving from the window." I saw nothing but empty tracks and distant lights, but Kimiko-san was clearly observing something that appeared real to her. This pattern continued for several weeks, with Kimiko-san becoming increasingly agitated if I tried to interrupt her nightly vigil. She would insist that Hiroshi was sending signals from his train, that he was trying to communicate with her, that he needed her to be waiting by the window at the exact right time. In early July, the situation escalated dramatically. I woke up around midnight to find Kimiko-san's bed empty. I searched the apartment and found her standing on the small balcony outside the living room, still in her nightgown, looking down at the street 5 floors below. "Kimiko-san," I called. rushing to bring her inside. "It's dangerous out there." "The train is here," she said calmly. "Hiroshi says it's time for our journey together. We planned this trip for so long." I looked in the direction she was pointing, and for a moment, I thought I saw something impossible. There appeared to be a train car positioned directly in front of our balcony, as if floating in the air at the fifth-floor level. The doors were open, and a figure that might have been a middle-aged man in a business suit was standing in the doorway, gesturing for someone to board. I blinked hard, and the vision was gone. There was nothing outside the balcony except the usual view of neighboring buildings and distant streets. But Kimiko-san was still reaching toward the empty air, as if trying to step onto something that wasn't there. I managed to guide her back inside, but she was upset and confused, insisting that she had missed an important departure and that Hiroshi would be disappointed in her delay. The next morning, I called the home care agency to report my concerns about Kimiko-san's safety. They suggested consulting with her doctor about possible medication adjustments or additional mental health support. But when I mentioned the specific details about phantom trains and deceased family members, the agency representative seemed uncomfortable and suggested I might be experiencing stress from cultural adjustment and isolation. As an Indonesian Muslim caring for a Japanese Buddhist woman, I was caught between different spiritual frameworks for understanding what was happening. In my culture, we believe that spirits of deceased family members can remain connected to the living, especially when there are strong emotional bonds or unfinished obligations. But I also knew that in Japan, there are specific traditions for helping spirits find peace and move on to their proper destinations. I decided to seek advice from both perspectives. First, I contacted the imam at a local mosque that served Jakarta's Indonesian community in Tokyo. When I described Kimiko-san's experiences and my own possible vision of the phantom train, he listened thoughtfully. "Spirits of the dead sometimes become confused about their proper path," he told me, "especially when family bonds are very strong. The son may be trying to help his mother join him, not understanding that her time has not yet come." He taught me protective prayers and suggested that I place certain items around the apartment, salt at the threshold, verses from the Quran near windows and doors to create spiritual barriers that would prevent harmful influences from entering. I also sought help from Kimiko-san's family temple, a Buddhist facility where her son's funeral had been held. The resident monk, Yamada-san, was familiar with cases involving spirits that remained attached to family members. When children die before their parents, it disrupts the natural spiritual order, he explained. The son may feel responsible for his mother's welfare and be trying to take her with him to the afterlife, not realizing that this would be harmful rather than helpful. Yamada-san agreed to visit the apartment and perform a memorial service for Hiroshi, with prayers specifically requesting that his spirit find peace and release his mother from any supernatural influence. But before the monk could visit, the situation became much more dangerous. 3 nights after my consultation with the imam, I woke up around 11:20 p.m. to the sound of the balcony door sliding open. I rushed to the living room and found Kimiko-san walking toward the balcony, moving with the slow, purposeful gait of someone who was sleepwalking or under supernatural influence. This time, the phantom train was clearly visible. It appeared to be a single car, old-fashioned but well-maintained, positioned directly outside our 5th-floor balcony, as if the tracks ran through the air. The interior was softly lit, with comfortable seating and an atmosphere of peaceful travel. A figure that was unmistakably Hiroshi stood in the open doorway, wearing his favorite business suit and smiling with the gentle expression Kimiko-san had described from their weekend visits. "Okaeri nasai, Mama," he said, using the traditional welcome home greeting that children give their parents. "I've been waiting for you. Our train to the Eternal Temple is finally here." Kimiko-san moved toward the balcony railing, reaching out as if to step directly onto the phantom train. But when I looked more carefully, I realized she would actually be stepping off the balcony into empty space, falling 5 floors to the street below. I quickly began reciting the protective prayers the imam had taught me, while positioning myself between Kimiko-san and the balcony edge. The prayers seemed to create a barrier that slowed her movement, giving me time to physically guide her away from the danger. "Hiroshi is calling me," she said, but her voice sounded distant, as if she were speaking in her sleep. "We have reservations on the Midnight Express to join Papa and Grandmama. I can't miss this train." "Kimiko-san," I said firmly, continuing my prayers while speaking in the simple Japanese I had learned for emergency situations. "Hiroshi wants you to stay here. Your time for travel will come later." The phantom train remained visible for several more minutes, with Hiroshi's spirit looking sad but understanding as I prevented his mother from boarding. Eventually, the train faded away, and Kimiko-san seemed to wake up from her trance state. She was confused and upset, with no memory of leaving her bed or walking to the balcony. I helped her back to her room and stayed with her until she fell asleep naturally. The next day, Yamada-san visited the apartment and performed an extensive memorial service for Hiroshi. He explained to Kimiko-san that her son's spirit was concerned about leaving her alone, but that his attempts to take her with him were causing dangerous situations. "Hiroshi needs to understand that his mother still has her own path to walk in this life," the monk told her. "His love for you is causing him to remain attached to this world instead of finding his proper rest." The service included prayers for Hiroshi's peaceful journey to the afterlife, requests for protection for Kimiko-san, and guidance for both spirits to find their appropriate paths. Yamada-san also placed protective amulets around the apartment and taught Kimiko-san specific prayers to recite if she felt her son's presence. After the memorial service, the phantom train appearances stopped completely. Kimiko-san still missed her son terribly, but she no longer waited by the window at 11:30 or spoke about joining him on mysterious journeys. However, I continued to be vigilant about her nighttime behavior, and I maintained the protective practices both the imam and the Buddhist monk had recommended. The combination of Islamic and Buddhist spiritual protection seemed to create a strong barrier against supernatural influences while honoring both our cultural traditions. Over the following months, Kimiko-san gradually began to accept her son's death and focus on her own life. She started taking walks in the neighborhood, visiting friends she had neglected during her deepest grief, and even expressed interest in learning a few words of Indonesian so we could communicate more easily. "Hiroshi would want me to take care of myself," she said one day while we were preparing dinner together. "He always worried about me being lonely, but I think he would be happy that I have you here to help me." I realized that my role had evolved beyond simple domestic assistance. By preventing Kimiko-san from boarding the phantom train, I had allowed her to continue her natural lifespan while helping her son's spirit find peace. The protective rituals from my own culture had been essential in maintaining the boundary between the living and the dead. I still work for Kimiko-san, and our relationship has deepened beyond the typical employer-employee dynamic. She has become like a grandmother to me, and I share stories about my children in Jakarta while she tells me about her memories of raising Hiroshi. Sometimes, late at night, I sense a gentle presence in the apartment, not the desperate, clinging spirit that had tried to take Kimiko-san away, but something peaceful and grateful. I believe Hiroshi's spirit visits occasionally to check on his mother, but now he understands the difference between protecting her and possessing her. The Phantom Midnight Express no longer stops at our balcony, but I've learned that love between family members can transcend death in ways that are both beautiful and dangerous. Spirits who remain attached to the living often believe they are offering help, but their assistance can lead the living toward destinations they're not ready to reach. My experience caring for Kimiko-san taught me that domestic workers often serve as bridges between different worlds, not just cultural and linguistic differences, but the spiritual boundaries between life and death, between letting go and holding on, between helping and interfering. Sometimes the most important part of caring for someone is protecting them from the very people who love them most, especially when those people are no longer bound by the limitations of the living world. The Midnight Express still runs its route between this world and the next, carrying passengers who are ready for that final journey. But now I know how to recognize when someone is being called to board before their proper time, and how to help them remain safely on the platform of life until their own departure is truly scheduled. The Connecting Track. My name is Daisuke Watanabe, and I've been the resident superintendent of Sakura Heights apartment complex for 8 years. It's a demanding job that requires me to be available 24 hours a day for maintenance emergencies, security issues, and tenant concerns. The work is steady and the salary adequate, but lately I've been wondering if any amount of compensation is worth what I've had to deal with since last autumn. Sakura Heights is a 6-story residential building in Kita Ward, constructed in 2015 to provide affordable housing for young families and working professionals. The complex houses 48 units, ranging from studio apartments for single workers to 2-bedroom family units. It's a well-designed building with modern amenities, energy-efficient systems, and what the developers marketed as convenient railway access. That last point turned out to be more significant than anyone realized during the planning phase. The building sits directly adjacent to the Keihin Tohoku line, close enough that residents can hear every train that passes. When I first took the superintendent job in 2016, I thought the constant railway noise might be bothersome, but I quickly adapted to the rhythmic sound of trains as part of the building's daily soundtrack. What I didn't know, and what apparently no one involved in the building's construction had researched, was the historical significance of our particular location along the railway corridor. The problems began in late October of 2024. I started receiving complaints from residents about unusual disturbances in the building's central stairwell during overnight hours. People reported hearing footsteps, voices, and what sounded like metal grinding against metal coming from the stairway, even when they were certain no one else was using it. Mrs. Tanaka from apartment 307 was the first to report something more specific than general noise complaints. Watanabe-san, she told me during one of our monthly building meetings, I heard what sounded like a train running through the stairwell last night around 2 a.m. It was so loud I thought there might be some kind of construction work happening. I assured her that no construction was scheduled, and I made a note to check the building's mechanical systems for any issues that might be causing unusual sounds. But over the following weeks, the reports became more frequent and more detailed. Residents described hearing not just train sounds, but voices calling out in distress, the screech of brakes, and what several people independently described as the sound of a terrible crash. More disturbing were the reports of residents found sleepwalking in the stairwell during the early morning hours. Mr. Suzuki from apartment 212 called me at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday in early November. Watanabe-san, I think you need to come up here immediately. I found my neighbor, Yamada-san, walking down the stairs in his pajamas. He seems to be asleep, but he won't respond when I try to wake him. I hurried to the second floor and found Yamada-san, an elderly retiree, standing motionless on the stairway landing. His eyes were open, but he stared straight ahead without acknowledging my presence. He was positioned as if listening for something, his head tilted toward the stairwell that led down to the building's ground floor. Yamada-san, I said gently, touching his shoulder, you need to return to your apartment. He blinked several times, seeming to wake up, and looked around in confusion. Where am I? How did I get here? He had no memory of leaving his apartment or walking to the stairwell. I helped him back to his unit and made sure he was safely inside before returning to my own apartment on the first floor. But this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 weeks, I received similar calls about sleepwalking residents almost every night. Always between 2 and 3 a.m., always in the central stairwell, always with the same pattern. Residents would be found walking slowly down the stairs, unresponsive to attempts to wake them, positioned as if following some invisible guide toward the building's ground level. What made the situation particularly concerning was that the building's ground floor exit led directly to a small parking area that bordered the active railway tracks. Residents who continued sleepwalking beyond the building would be walking directly toward trains that ran regularly throughout the night. I started patrolling the building during the overnight hours, checking the stairwells and common areas for wandering residents. On my third night of patrol, I discovered something that changed my understanding of what was happening. At exactly 2:15 a.m., I heard the sound of a train approaching the building, but not on the regular tracks where trains normally passed. This sound seemed to be coming from inside the building itself, specifically from the central stairwell. I positioned myself on the third-floor landing and listened carefully. The sound was unmistakably that of a steam locomotive, much older and different from the electric trains that use the modern Keihin Tohoku line. As the phantom train sound grew louder, I began to hear other noises: passengers talking, children crying, and an overall sense of crowded, anxious travel. Then came the terrible sound of screeching brakes, followed by a crash that seemed to shake the entire building. At that moment, Mrs. Sato, from apartment 409, appeared on the stairway, walking slowly downward in her nightgown, her eyes open but vacant. She moved with the deliberate pace of someone following a familiar route, paying no attention to me as she passed. I followed her down the stairs, and as we descended, I began to understand the horrifying pattern. The building's central stairwell followed the exact path that a derailed train would have taken in 1947, when a steam locomotive carrying war refugees had crashed at this site, killing 23 passengers and injuring dozens more. The stairwell had been built directly over the route the doomed train had followed in its final moments. Every night at 2:15 a.m., the phantom train would make its ghostly journey through what was now our building, and the spiritually sensitive residents would unconsciously follow its path, recreating the passengers' final moments as they moved toward their deaths. I managed to guide Mrs. Sato back to her apartment, but I knew this was a problem far beyond my capabilities as a building superintendent. I needed to understand the historical background of our site and find a way to protect the residents from this dangerous supernatural influence. The next day, I visited the Kita Ward Historical Archives and researched the 1947 train accident. What I learned confirmed my worst fears. On February 23, 1947, a steam locomotive carrying refugees returning to Tokyo after the war had derailed at exactly the location where Sakura Heights now stands. The train had been overcrowded, with many passengers riding illegally because they had no other means of transportation. When the locomotive hit a section of damaged track, it derailed and crashed directly into what was then an empty lot. The accident report described how survivors had tried to escape through the wreckage, following a path that led away from the railway line toward higher ground. But many of the injured had become confused and disoriented, walking back toward the tracks instead of away from them. Several survivors had been killed by subsequent trains because they were wandering in shock along the railway corridor. I realized that our building's residents were unconsciously reenacting both the original crash and the tragic confusion that followed, as injured survivors had stumbled through the darkness toward what they thought was safety, but was actually greater danger. Armed with this historical understanding, I contacted a Buddhist monk who specialized in helping spirits find peace after traumatic deaths. Reverend Kobayashi agreed to visit the building and assess the spiritual situation. When I explained the pattern of sleepwalking residents and phantom train sounds, he nodded gravely. Traumatic deaths, especially involving many people at once, can create spiritual imprints that replay for decades, he told me. The passengers who died in that crash are still trying to complete their journey, and they're drawing living people into their pattern. Reverend Kobayashi performed a memorial service in the building's central stairwell, offering prayers for the peaceful rest of the 1947 crash victims. He also placed protective talismans at key points along the stairway and taught me specific procedures for safely guiding sleepwalking residents back to their apartments. The spirits aren't trying to harm anyone, he explained. They're simply confused about time and place, but their influence can be dangerous because they're leading people toward the same fate they suffered. The memorial service helped reduce the frequency of sleepwalking incidents, but it didn't eliminate them entirely. I still had to patrol the building most nights, checking for residents who were unconsciously following the phantom train's route. I also implemented practical safety measures. I installed motion sensor lights in the stairwells, placed additional locks on the ground floor exits that could only be opened with keys I carried during my overnight rounds, and created an emergency contact system so residents could reach me immediately if they found neighbors sleepwalking. Most importantly, I disclosed the building's history to all residents, despite knowing that this information might cause some people to move out. I felt they had a right to understand why they might experience unusual phenomena and how to protect themselves and their families. Several residents did choose to leave after learning about the phantom train and the 1947 accident. But many others appreciated having an explanation for the strange experiences they had been having, and they worked with me to create a community-wide safety network. We established a buddy system where neighbors checked on each other during the overnight hours, especially people who lived alone or had shown signs of spiritual sensitivity. Residents also learned to recognize the warning signs of supernatural influence, the phantom train sounds, the feeling of being drawn toward the stairwell, the sense of needing to catch a train during the early morning hours. The sleepwalking incidents still occur, but now they're manageable. When residents feel the urge to follow the phantom train's path, they know to contact me or their buddy system partner. I've developed techniques for safely interrupting the supernatural influence and guiding people back to their apartments without causing psychological trauma. I've also learned to distinguish between residents who are simply sleepwalking due to stress or medication and those who are being influenced by the spirits from the 1947 crash. The supernatural sleepwalking has a distinctive quality. People move with the purposeful gait of passengers hurrying to catch a train, and they often carry imaginary luggage or tickets. Reverend Kobayashi returns every few months to perform additional memorial services and to check on the effectiveness of the protective measures we've put in place. He's taught several residents basic prayers and purification techniques they can use if they feel supernatural influence affecting their families. The important thing is understanding that this isn't a haunting in the traditional sense, he reminds us. These spirits aren't trapped here by anger or resentment. They're simply continuing a journey that was interrupted by tragedy. Our job is to honor their memory while protecting the living from being drawn into their eternal commute. I still work as superintendent of Sakura Heights, though my job responsibilities have expanded far beyond typical building maintenance. I've become a kind of spiritual safety coordinator, helping residents navigate the intersection between their modern lives and the tragic history that underlies our building. The phantom train still makes its nightly journey through our stairwell, carrying passengers who died 77 years ago, but don't understand that their journey has ended. Sometimes I hear their voices echoing through the building, confused, frightened people asking about their destinations and wondering when they'll be able to return home. I've learned to think of my overnight patrols not just as safety rounds, but as a form of community service that extends to both the living and the dead. I protect current residents from supernatural influence, but I also serve as a guardian for the spirits of crash victims who are still trying to complete their final journey. The work is demanding and sometimes frightening, but it's also meaningful. I help maintain the boundary between past and present, ensuring that the tragic momentum of the 1947 crash doesn't claim any more victims. Every morning at dawn, when the phantom train sounds fade away and the building returns to normal, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Another night has passed without anyone following the ghost passengers into danger. The connecting track between the world of the living and the realm of the dead remains secure, allowing both communities to coexist safely within the same space. But I also know that tomorrow night the phantom train will return, carrying its eternal passengers along the route that leads through our stairwell toward the railway tracks. And I'll be ready to ensure that only spirits make that journey, while the living residents of Sakura Heights sleep safely in their beds, protected from the tragic pull of history that runs directly beneath their homes. The Express to Nowhere. My name is Emiko Hashimoto, and I work as a mid-level manager at a financial services company in Marunouchi. I'm 34 years old, unmarried, and until recently, I believed that dedication to work was the most important virtue a person could possess. I'm telling this story because I need someone to understand what happened to me on the last express train, even though I know it sounds impossible. For the past 8 years, I've been working 60 to 70 hours per week, staying at the office until 9 or 10 p.m. most nights, and coming in on weekends to catch up on projects that couldn't be completed during regular business hours. This schedule isn't unusual in my company, it's expected. The culture rewards those who sacrifice personal time for professional advancement, and I had always been proud of my commitment to excellence. My daily routine was precisely structured around work obligations. I would arrive at the office by 7:30 a.m., work through lunch at my desk, attend evening meetings that often ran past 8 p.m., and then catch the last express train home around 10:45. By the time I reached my small apartment in Shibuya, I would have just enough energy to prepare a simple meal, review documents for the next day, and get a few hours of sleep before the cycle began again. This lifestyle had cost me relationships, friendships, and most of my physical health, but I told myself these were temporary sacrifices necessary for career success. I had been promoted twice in 5 years, earned the respect of senior management, and built a reputation as someone who could handle any project, no matter how demanding. But by November of 2024, the constant pressure was beginning to take a toll that I could no longer ignore. I had been working on a particularly complex merger proposal that required me to stay at the office until midnight for 3 consecutive weeks. The client demanded constant updates. My team was struggling to meet impossible deadlines, and my supervisor kept adding new requirements that made our previous work obsolete. During this period, I began experiencing symptoms that I initially attributed to stress and fatigue: headaches, chest pains, difficulty concentrating, and a persistent feeling that I was being watched or followed. I assumed these were normal responses to workplace pressure, and tried to manage them with over-the-counter medication and additional caffeine. It was during the 3rd week of this marathon project that I first noticed something unusual about my late-night commute. I was catching the 10:45 express as usual, exhausted and looking forward to the 40-minute train ride that would give me a chance to rest before facing another demanding day. The train was less crowded than the evening rush hour services, carrying mostly other late-shift workers and people returning from evening social obligations. But as I settled into my usual seat near the window, I began to notice that my fellow passengers looked different from the typical late-night commuters I was accustomed to seeing. The businessman across from me was wearing a suit style that seemed outdated, more formal and structured than current fashion. The office lady 2 seats away had a hairstyle and makeup that reminded me of the 1980s. An elderly man near the door was dressed in clothing that looked even older, possibly from the 1960s or 70s. Initially, I assumed these were people with conservative fashion preferences, or perhaps workers from industries with traditional dress codes. But as I observed them more carefully during the journey, I noticed other details that disturbed me. They all appeared exhausted in a way that went beyond normal fatigue. Their skin had an unhealthy pallor. Their posture suggested complete physical and emotional depletion, and their eyes held a vacant expression that I recognized from my own reflection in recent weeks. More unsettling was their behavior. They sat perfectly still during the entire journey, never checking phones, never reading, never engaging in any of the small activities that help pass time during commutes. They simply stared straight ahead with the resigned expression of people who had given up hope. When the train reached my station, I gathered my belongings and prepared to disembark. But as I looked back at the other passengers, I noticed they weren't getting off. Despite the fact that this was a terminal station where everyone was required to exit, they remained seated as if they were continuing to some other destination. The next night, I paid closer attention to the passenger announcements and train routing information. The 10:45 Express was indeed supposed to terminate at Shibuya, but the electronic displays showed a destination I had never seen before: Final Rest Terminal. I asked the conductor about this unusual destination, but he looked at me with confusion. "The 10:45 terminates at Shibuya, as always," he said. "I'm not sure what display you're referring to." But I could clearly see the destination listed on multiple screens throughout the train car. Over the following week, I began documenting my observations more carefully. The same passengers appeared on the train every night: the businessman in the outdated suit, the office lady with 1980s styling, the elderly man in vintage clothing, and several others who seemed to represent different eras of Japanese business culture. They all shared common characteristics: extreme exhaustion, outdated clothing suggesting they were from different decades, and the resigned demeanor of people who had been defeated by circumstances beyond their control. I started to suspect that these weren't living passengers, but rather the ghosts of workers who had died from karoshi death, from overwork spanning several decades of Japan's demanding corporate culture. This theory was confirmed when I began researching the history of work-related deaths in Tokyo's business districts. I found newspaper archives describing cases that matched several of my fellow passengers: a bank employee who had died of a heart attack in 1985 after working 100-hour weeks, a trading company manager who had committed suicide in 1993 due to impossible work pressure, an insurance salesman who had collapsed at his desk in 2007 after months of overtime without rest. I realized I was riding a phantom express that collected the spirits of workers who had literally been killed by Japan's work culture, carrying them to whatever destination awaited those who had sacrificed their lives for corporate obligations. But understanding the supernatural nature of my commute didn't make it less appealing. As my own work situation deteriorated and my physical symptoms worsened, the idea of joining these peaceful passengers began to seem like a reasonable solution to problems that were becoming unbearable. The merger project I was managing had become completely unmanageable. The client changed requirements daily. My team was burning out and making errors that required constant corrections, and my supervisor blamed me for delays that were beyond anyone's control. I was working 18-hour days and sleeping at the office more often than going home. During this period, the phantom passengers began acknowledging my presence. The businessman in the outdated suit would nod politely when I boarded. The office lady would smile sympathetically when I sat down looking particularly exhausted. The elderly man would occasionally gesture toward an empty seat near him, as if offering me a more comfortable position. Their presence became increasingly comforting. Here were people who understood the pressure I was facing, who had experienced the same impossible demands and crushing responsibility that were slowly destroying my health and sanity. One evening in early December, after a particularly devastating day when the client had rejected 2 weeks of work and demanded a complete project restart, I found myself seriously considering whether I wanted to continue getting off the train at Shibuya. The phantom passengers seemed to sense my growing desperation. As the train approached what should have been my stop, The businessman leaned forward and spoke to me for the first time. "The pressure never really ends, does it?" he said gently. "Always another deadline, another project, another demand for the impossible." "How do you manage it?" I asked. "We don't manage it anymore," the office lady replied. "We found a better solution. The Express to Final Rest Terminal offers permanent relief from work-related stress." "No more impossible deadlines," added the elderly man. "No more health problems from overwork. No more choosing between professional success and personal well-being." As they spoke, I noticed that the train wasn't slowing down as it approached Shibuya Station. Instead, it continued past the platform, heading toward a destination that didn't appear on any map I knew. Through the windows, I could see a different landscape, not the familiar urban sprawl of Tokyo, but something that looked more like a peaceful countryside, with traditional buildings and serene gardens. "This is the terminal for workers who gave everything to their jobs," the businessman explained. "We serve those who literally work themselves to death, but we also welcome people who are ready to stop fighting an unwinnable battle against corporate culture." I found the prospect deeply appealing. No more 70-hour work weeks, no more impossible projects, no more chest pains and headaches from chronic stress, just peaceful rest in a place designed for people who had exceeded human limits in service of professional obligations. But as the train traveled deeper into this phantom landscape, I began to think about aspects of my life that existed beyond work. My elderly parents who worried about my health and called every weekend to check on me. My younger sister who had been trying to maintain our relationship despite my constant work obligations. The small apartment I had worked so hard to afford, filled with books and plants that represented the person I had been before corporate demands, consumed my identity. I realized that while work had become the dominant force in my life, it wasn't the only thing that defined my existence. I had allowed professional pressures to overshadow other values and relationships, but that didn't mean those other aspects of life were worthless. "I think I need to get off at the next stop," I told the phantom passengers. They looked disappointed but understanding. "The express runs every night at 10:45, the office lady said kindly. "When you're ready for permanent rest from workplace stress, you know where to find us." The train slowed and stopped at a station that looked exactly like Shibuya, but felt different, warmer, more welcoming, as if I were being given a second chance to make better choices about work-life balance. I stepped off the Phantom Express and found myself on the familiar platform where I had been commuting for years. But now I understood that the 10:45 train offered more than just transportation home. It was also an escape route for workers who had been pushed beyond their breaking point. The next morning, I requested a meeting with my supervisor and the HR department. I explained that the current project demands were unsustainable and that I needed immediate support to bring the workload back to reasonable levels. When they resisted, I made it clear that I was prepared to quit rather than continue working at a pace that was damaging my health. The company was forced to reassign additional staff to the merger project and extend the deadline to allow for proper completion. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it represented a significant improvement in working conditions. I also began setting strict boundaries around work hours, leaving the office by 7 p.m. regardless of pending projects, and taking weekends off to focus on personal relationships and health recovery. These changes required constant vigilance, because corporate culture naturally pushes toward unlimited work commitment. I still take the late train home sometimes, though I now catch earlier services when possible. The Phantom Express still runs at 10:45, carrying its eternal passengers toward Final Rest Terminal. Sometimes I see them through the windows of my regular train, and we acknowledge each other with respectful nods. They understand that I chose to continue fighting the battle against work culture rather than accepting permanent rest. I understand that they reached their breaking point and made a different choice. Neither decision is right or wrong. They're simply different responses to the impossible pressures that Japanese work culture places on individuals. The phantom passengers taught me that karoshi isn't just about people who die from overwork. It's also about the parts of ourselves that die when we sacrifice everything for professional obligations. The express to final rest terminal offers relief from that kind of spiritual death, but it also represents the ultimate surrender to a system that demands more than humans can sustainably give. I continue working in the same company, but now I understand that my job is just one part of my life, not the entire purpose of my existence. I've learned to recognize the early warning signs of dangerous overwork and to seek help before reaching the point where the Phantom Express becomes an appealing alternative to continued struggle. The 1045 Express still offers its services to workers who feel trapped by impossible demands and crushing responsibility. But it also serves as a reminder that there are other choices available to those who are willing to fight for better working conditions, stronger personal boundaries, and the understanding that professional success should never require sacrificing your health, relationships, or life itself. Sometimes, the most courageous choice isn't boarding the train that offers permanent rest, but staying on the platform and working to change the conditions that make such desperate escapes seem necessary in the first place. The Track Workers Warning. My name is Kenji Yoshida, and I live in the Tetsudo Danchi Railway Worker Housing Complex in Oji, North Tokyo. I've been a track maintenance supervisor for JR East for 22 years, and my family has lived in company housing for most of that time. What I'm about to tell you might sound impossible, but I need someone to understand what's been happening in our community, and why the voices we hear at night aren't something to fear, but rather something to be grateful for. The Tetsudo Danki complex was built in 1973 to provide affordable housing for railway employees and their families. It's a cluster of modest concrete apartment buildings, each 4 stories high, designed with the practical efficiency that characterizes most company housing in Japan. The rent is subsidized, the apartments are small but adequate, and the location provides convenient access to multiple rail yards where many residents work. Our building, number 7, houses 12 families, all connected to railway operations in some way. Track workers, signal maintenance crews, yard supervisors, and their families have formed a close-knit community over the decades. We share the understanding that comes from working in an industry where safety is paramount and where small mistakes can have tragic consequences. I moved into apartment 703 with my wife Sachiko and our daughter Yuki in 2012, after my promotion to supervisor qualified us for the larger family units. The apartment came with a view of the main rail yard, where freight trains are assembled and passenger cars are maintained during overnight hours. The constant sound of railway operations, the clanking of couplers, the hiss of air brakes, the rumble of diesel engines became the background soundtrack of our daily lives. For 8 years, everything was normal. Yuki grew up playing with other railway families' children in the small courtyard between buildings. Sachiko developed friendships with the other wives, and we all participated in the community events that helped maintain social bonds within our housing complex. It was a stable, predictable life, built around the rhythms of railway work schedules. But in March of 2020, everything changed. The COVID pandemic disrupted rail operations, reduced passenger traffic, and forced the company to implement cost-cutting measures that affected everyone in railway employment. Overtime hours were eliminated, some positions were reduced to part-time status, and there were persistent rumors about potential layoffs and facility closures. For families living in company housing, these changes represented more than just financial pressure. They threatened our entire way of life. If residents lost their railway jobs, they would also lose the right to remain in Tetsudo Danchi. The prospect of having to find both new employment and new housing in Tokyo's expensive rental market created severe anxiety throughout our community. It was during this period of economic uncertainty that I first heard the phantom maintenance announcements. I was lying in bed around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday in late March, worrying about the company's financial situation and what it might mean for my family's future, when I heard a voice coming through the apartment's intercom system. Attention all personnel. Track conditions on Line 7 are hazardous due to recent weather damage. All unauthorized individuals must remain clear of the work area until repairs are completed. This is for your safety. The voice was clear and authoritative, with the formal tone used for official railway communications. But there were several problems with this announcement. First, our apartment intercom system wasn't connected to railway communications networks. Second, there was no Line 7 in our immediate area. Third, the announcement was being made at 2 a.m., when no maintenance work was scheduled. I checked with building security the next morning, but they had no record of any announcements being made during overnight hours. The intercom system showed no signs of external interference or technical malfunction. But the announcements continued, night after night, always around 2 a.m., always warning about dangerous track conditions and unauthorized personnel. Initially, I assumed this was some kind of technical glitch. Perhaps our building's intercom was somehow picking up transmissions from railway operations in other areas. But as I listened more carefully, I began to notice details that suggested something more unusual was happening. The voice making the announcements sounded older, using terminology and speech patterns that reminded me of railway communications from earlier decades. The warnings referenced safety procedures and equipment types that hadn't been standard practice for 20 years or more. More significantly, the announcements seemed to be specifically targeting residents of our housing complex, rather than railway workers in general. Residents of Building 7. Please note that access to track Section C is strictly prohibited during overnight hours. Personnel experiencing financial stress are reminded that employee assistance programs are available through the main office. This last detail caught my attention because it suggested the phantom announcer somehow knew about the economic pressures affecting our community. Over the following weeks, I began paying closer attention to the content and timing of these mysterious broadcasts. They always occurred between 2 and 3 a.m., always focused on safety warnings, and increasingly included specific references to residents who might be tempted to access railway areas during periods of personal crisis. I decided to do some research into the history of our housing complex and the surrounding rail yard. What I discovered explained the source of the phantom announcements and why they had begun during our current period of economic uncertainty. In January 1974, just months after Tetsuro Danshi was completed, there had been a major accident during overnight track maintenance in the rail yard adjacent to our housing complex. A team of 6 workers had been killed when a freight train derailed due to a signal malfunction, crushing the maintenance crew who were working on a section of track they believed was safely isolated. The accident report described how the maintenance supervisor, a man named Tanaka Hiroshi, had tried to warn his crew about the approaching train, but had been unable to communicate with them due to radio equipment failure. His final action had been to run toward the work area, shouting warnings that arrived too late to save anyone. What made this tragedy particularly relevant to our current situation was that it had occurred during a period of railway industry economic crisis, similar to what we were experiencing in 2020. The maintenance crew had been working extended hours with reduced safety support due to budget cuts, and several of the workers who died had been facing potential layoffs and the loss of their company housing. I realized that the phantom maintenance announcements were coming from Tanaka-san and his crew, who had been unable to complete their protective duties when they died and were now trying to fulfill those responsibilities from beyond the grave. But their warnings weren't just about track safety in the traditional sense. They were trying to prevent current residents from making desperate choices that might lead them to the same railway areas where the maintenance crew had lost their lives. This understanding became crucial in April 2020, when our community faced its most serious crisis. Nakamura-san, who lived in apartment 705 with his wife and two young children, received notice that his position as a signal technician was being eliminated due to modernization of equipment that no longer required his specialized skills. At 55 years old, with no savings and limited prospects for finding comparable employment, he was facing the loss of both his job and his family's housing. The stress of this situation began affecting Nakamura-san's behavior. He started taking late-night walks around the housing complex, often wandering toward the rail yard areas that were restricted to authorized personnel only. His wife, Michiko-san, confided to Sachiko that she was worried about his mental state and his increasing talk about ending the burden he felt he was placing on his family. It was during this period that the phantom maintenance announcements became more frequent and more specific. Attention Nakamura-san. Access to track Section C is prohibited for safety reasons. Please return to your residence immediately. Family support services are available through Building 7 Community Assistance. These personalized warnings would occur whenever Nakamura-san approached the restricted railway areas during his nighttime wanderings. The phantom voice would guide him back to safe areas and remind him of resources available to help with his situation. At first, Nakamura-san was confused and frightened by the disembodied voice that seemed to know his name and his troubles. But gradually, he began to understand that the warnings were coming from someone who cared about his welfare, rather than someone trying to frighten him. I decided to share what I had learned about the 1974 accident with Nakamura-san and his family. When I explained that the phantom announcements were coming from railway workers who had died trying to protect others, and that they were now attempting to prevent current residents from making tragic choices born of desperation, Nakamura-san's perspective on the voices changed completely. "They're trying to save me from the same tracks where they died," he said, tears in his eyes. "They understand what I'm going through because they faced the same pressures." This realization became a turning point for Nakamura-san. Instead of viewing the phantom warnings as supernatural harassment, he began to see them as messages of support from fellow railway workers who had experienced similar struggles. The voices reminded him that he wasn't alone in facing economic pressure, and that there were alternatives to the desperate solutions that desperation can make seem reasonable. With the help of our community and the employee assistance programs referenced in the phantom announcements, Nakamura-san was able to find a position with a private railway company that valued his experience with older signaling systems. His family was able to remain in company housing until they could save enough money for their own apartment. But the phantom maintenance announcements continued, because Nakamura-san wasn't the only resident facing financial and personal crises. Over the following months, as the pandemic's economic impact continued to affect railway employment, several other families in our housing complex dealt with job losses, reduced hours, and the psychological pressure that comes with uncertainty about the future. Each time a resident showed signs of dangerous stress or began engaging in risky behavior around railway areas, the phantom voice would provide specific warnings and guidance. The ghost of Tanaka-san and his maintenance crew had become an unofficial safety system for our community, using their knowledge of railway dangers and their understanding of work-related desperation to protect people who were facing the same kinds of pressures that had been affecting workers in 1974. I began keeping detailed records of the phantom announcements, noting their timing, content, and effectiveness in preventing dangerous situations. What I documented was essentially a supernatural employee assistance program, operated by workers who had died on the job and remained committed to preventing similar tragedies. The announcements weren't just about keeping people away from dangerous track areas. They also provided information about community resources, reminded residents about family obligations that made their lives valuable, and offered the kind of practical safety advice that experienced railway workers understand. Attention all residents. Remember that temporary financial difficulties do not require permanent solutions. Community support meetings are held every Tuesday evening in the Building 7 common room. Residents experiencing work-related stress should contact the Employee Assistance Program through the main office. Railway careers include many ups and downs, but they also offer long-term stability for dedicated workers. These messages served multiple purposes. They provided practical information about available help, they reminded people that their current difficulties were temporary, and they demonstrated that other railway workers, even those who had died decades ago, understood and cared about the struggles current employees were facing. Word of the phantom maintenance announcements spread gradually through our housing complex and to other railway worker families in the area. Instead of being frightened by reports of ghostly voices, most people found the phenomenon comforting. It meant that the railway community extended beyond the living world, and that experienced workers were still looking out for their colleagues and their families. Reverend Yamada from our local Buddhist temple visited Tetsudo Danchi to assess the spiritual situation and offer guidance on how to properly honor the maintenance crew who had died in 1974. He performed a memorial service at the site of the original accident and placed protective talismans around our housing complex. But rather than trying to banish the spirits, Reverend Yamada worked to establish a formal relationship between the living and dead members of our railway community. He taught us prayers, to express gratitude for the phantom warnings and rituals to honor the continuing service of workers who had died in the line of duty. These spirits have chosen to remain attached to the railway community rather than moving on to their next spiritual destination, he explained. This is both a sacrifice and a service. We should acknowledge their dedication while ensuring that their ongoing duties don't prevent them from eventually finding peace. The phantom maintenance announcements still occur regularly, particularly during periods when railway employees are facing economic pressure or personal crises. Tanaka-san and his crew continue to monitor our community, providing safety warnings and guidance to people who might otherwise make desperate choices. Their presence has become an accepted part of life in Tetsudo Danchi. New residents are informed about the phantom announcements as part of their orientation to the housing complex. Children grow up understanding that the voices they sometimes hear at night are friendly railway workers who are helping to keep everyone safe. I still live in apartment 703 with my family, though Yuki is now in university and spends most of her time in her own apartment near campus. Sachiko and I have become unofficial coordinators between the phantom maintenance crew and the living residents, helping to interpret their warnings and connect people with the resources they recommend. The railway industry continues to face economic challenges, and our community continues to experience the stresses that come with uncertain employment in a changing economy. But we also have the unique comfort of knowing that experienced workers who understand our struggles are watching over us, providing warnings when we're in danger and guidance when we're facing difficult decisions. The phantom maintenance announcements serve as a reminder that the railway community extends across time and even death, connecting current workers with those who came before us and those who will come after. Tanaka-san and his crew represent the best traditions of railway safety culture, the understanding that we all have responsibilities to protect our colleagues, and that those responsibilities don't end when our official duties are completed. Sometimes, late at night when the rail yard is quiet and our housing complex is settling into sleep, I'll hear Tanaka-san's voice making his rounds, checking on track conditions and personnel safety just as he did in life. His warnings remind us that no temporary crisis is worth a permanent solution, and that the railway community will always have people looking out for each other, whether they're living or dead. The tracks that claimed Tanaka-san and his crew in 1974 are still active, still carrying freight trains through our neighborhood every night. But now they're also protected by the most dedicated safety crew in railway history, workers who have been on duty for 50 years and show no signs of taking retirement. The final boarding call. My name is Tomoko Ishida, and I'm a 26-year-old single mother living in Tokyo with my 4-year-old daughter, Hana. I'm telling this story because I need someone to understand what happened in our apartment last winter and why I almost made a choice that would have left my daughter orphaned. It's not easy to talk about, but I think other struggling parents need to know that the voices offering easy solutions aren't always what they seem to be. I moved into apartment 208 in a building near Akabane Station in October of 2024. The rent was surprisingly affordable for Tokyo, only 60,000 yen per month for a one-bedroom unit that was clean, recently renovated, and conveniently located near train lines, shopping, and Hana's daycare. After months of searching for housing, I could afford on my part-time convenience store salary. Finding this apartment felt like a miracle. The real estate agent, Suzuki-san, was helpful but seemed eager to complete the paperwork quickly. When I asked about the low rent, he mentioned that the previous tenant had moved suddenly and that the landlord was offering a discount to fill the unit quickly. He showed me the mandatory disclosure form about the apartment's history, but the information was written in complex legal language that I didn't fully understand. I was so desperate for affordable housing that I signed the lease without asking for clarification. The apartment was perfect for our needs. The bedroom was large enough for both Hana and me to sleep comfortably. The kitchen was modern and efficient, and the living area had large windows that let in plenty of natural light. Most importantly, the building was quiet and safe, with other young families living nearby. For the first month, everything went smoothly. Hana adapted well to our new home, making friends with children in the building and settling into a routine of daycare, meals, and bedtime stories. I was working 25 hours per week at a family mart, and while the income was tight, it was enough to cover our basic expenses with careful budgeting. But in early November, my work hours were reduced due to declining store sales. Instead of earning enough to cover rent and living expenses, I found myself falling behind on bills and having to choose between buying groceries and paying utilities. The stress of financial uncertainty began affecting my sleep, my health, and my ability to be the patient, caring mother that Hana deserved. It was during this period of mounting pressure that I first heard the phantom boarding announcements. I was lying awake around 2 a.m., calculating expenses and trying to figure out how to stretch our remaining money until my next paycheck, when I heard a voice coming from the direction of our living room window. Attention passengers. The express service to final destination is now boarding on Platform 7. Passengers traveling with young children should note that childcare services are available at the destination terminal. The announcement was made in the polite, professional tone used at train stations, but there were several things wrong with it. First, our apartment was on the second floor of a building that was several blocks from Akabane Station. Second, there was no Platform 7 at Akabane. Third, no train services ran at 2 a.m. I went to the window to investigate, but I could see only the usual nighttime view of residential streets and distant station lights. There was no train, no platform, and no source for the announcement I had clearly heard. Over the following nights, the phantom announcements became more frequent and more specific. Attention Tomoko-san. The express service offers complimentary passage for passengers experiencing financial difficulties. No tickets required, no additional fees. Simply proceed to the boarding area when ready. The voice knew my name, which was impossible for any legitimate train announcement, but more disturbing was how appealing the message sounded. The idea of complimentary passage to escape financial stress was exactly what my exhausted mind wanted to hear. As December approached and my financial situation worsened, the announcements became more detailed and more personally targeted. Attention passengers with childcare responsibilities. The final destination terminal offers excellent family services. Children receive full care and support while parents complete their journey. No more worry about providing adequate resources or maintaining stable housing. These messages seemed designed specifically for someone in my situation, a struggling single mother who was failing to provide the stability and security that her child deserved. The phantom announcements offered solutions to every problem I was facing: free transportation, childcare services, relief from financial pressure. But I was also troubled by the phrase final destination and the implications of what kind of journey might end there. I decided to research the history of our apartment and building. What I discovered made me understand the true nature of the phantom announcements and why they were targeting me so specifically. The previous tenant had been Nakamura Yuki, a 24-year-old single mother who had lived in apartment 208 with her 3-year-old son. According to newspaper reports from 6 months earlier, she had been struggling with debt, unemployment, and the stress of raising a child alone in Tokyo's expensive housing market. In March of 2024, Yuki had died by train suicide at Akabane Station, throwing herself in front of the morning express while her son was at daycare. The newspaper article mentioned that she had left a note apologizing for failing as a mother and expressing hope that her son would find a better family to care for him. I realized that our apartment was a Jiko Buken property, a place where an unnatural death had occurred, and that the discounted rent reflected the stigma and potential spiritual contamination associated with such properties. The real estate agent's quick paperwork and vague explanations made sense now. He had been trying to rent a stigmatized apartment to someone desperate enough to accept it without asking too many questions. But understanding the source of the phantom announcements didn't make them stop. If anything, they became more frequent and more compassionate as my financial crisis deepened. Tomoko-san, this is Yuki speaking. I know how difficult things are for you. The same pressures that you're facing now, I face too. There is a way to ensure that Hana receives the care and stability you're unable to provide. Hearing Yuki's name and recognizing her situation in my own made the announcements even more compelling. Here was someone who had experienced exactly what I was going through: the exhaustion of working multiple jobs that still didn't pay enough, the guilt of knowing your child deserved better, the desperate search for solutions that didn't exist within the normal world. The express service I took leads to a place where mother's suffering ends and children are cared for by families who have the resources we never had. It's not abandonment, Tomoko-san. It's the most loving choice a mother can make when she's unable to provide what her child needs. As my work hours were reduced further and our financial situation became truly desperate, Yuki's reasoning began to seem logical rather than tragic. I was failing to provide adequate housing, nutrition, and stability for Hana. Every day brought new evidence that I was inadequate as a mother, and that my daughter would be better off with a family that could give her the security I couldn't afford. The phantom announcements continued, but now they included practical information about how to access the express service that Yuki had taken. The final boarding call occurs every morning at 7:23 on Platform 2 at Akabane Station. Simply bring Hana to daycare as usual, then proceed directly to the boarding area. The journey is quick and painless, and childcare transition services ensure that Hana will be placed with an appropriate family within 24 hours. I found myself seriously considering Yuki's suggestion. My rent was 2 months overdue. Hana was eating mostly convenience store meals because I couldn't afford proper groceries, and I had no realistic prospect of improving our situation. Perhaps the most responsible thing I could do as a mother was to remove myself from Hana's life and allow social services to place her with a family that could provide the stability and resources she deserved. On a particularly difficult morning in mid-December, when Hana had cried because there was no milk for her cereal and I had no money to buy more, I found myself walking toward Akabane Station after dropping her off at daycare. It was 7:20 a.m., just 3 minutes before Yuki's final boarding call. As I approached the station, I could see Platform 2 clearly, and there appeared to be a train waiting there. An older model with a single car, doors open, interior lights softly glowing. A figure that looked like a young woman in casual clothes was standing in the doorway, gesturing gently for me to approach. But as I got closer to the platform, I began to think about Hana's morning routine. How she always hugged me goodbye at daycare and said, "See you tonight, Mama," with complete trust that I would return for her. How she had been learning to write her name and wanted to show me her progress. How she had been asking if we could read an extra story before bedtime because she liked our quiet time together. I realized that while my financial situation was genuinely difficult, it wasn't actually hopeless. I had been so focused on what I couldn't provide for Hana that I had forgotten what I could give her: love, attention, security, and the knowledge that she was proof, wanted, and valued. Instead of boarding Yuki's phantom train, I turned around and walked to the nearest social services office. I explained my situation honestly: the overdue rent, the reduced work hours, the stress of trying to provide for a child on inadequate income. Instead of judgment or criticism, I received information about assistance programs I hadn't known existed: emergency rent relief, food assistance, subsidized childcare, and job training programs for single mothers. The social worker, Tanaka-san, was particularly helpful in explaining that many single mothers faced similar challenges and that seeking help was a sign of good parenting, not failure. Taking care of your child includes taking care of yourself and asking for support when you need it, she told me. Your daughter needs her mother, not perfect living conditions. Over the following weeks, I applied for various assistance programs and began receiving the support that allowed our family to stabilize. The emergency rent relief prevented our eviction. Food assistance ensured that Hana had adequate nutrition, and subsidized childcare allowed me to take on additional work hours that improved our financial situation. But I also knew that Yuki's spirit was still in our apartment, still offering her express service to mothers who felt trapped by impossible circumstances. I contacted a Buddhist monk who specialized in helping spirits find peace after traumatic deaths. Reverend Matsui visited our apartment and performed a memorial service for Yuki, acknowledging her love for her son while explaining that her continued presence was preventing her from finding spiritual rest. She believes she's offering help to other struggling mothers, he told me, but her solution leads to the same tragedy she experienced. She needs to understand that there are other ways to help without encouraging despair. The memorial service included prayers for Yuki's peaceful journey to the afterlife and for her son's continued well-being in his new family situation. Reverend Matsui also provided protective blessings for our apartment and taught me specific prayers to use if I felt supernatural influence affecting my judgment during difficult times. After the memorial service, the phantom boarding announcements stopped completely. Our apartment became peaceful, and I was able to focus on building a stable life for Hana and myself, without the constant temptation of Yuki's tragic solution. I still live in apartment 208, though now I understand its history and the importance of seeking help from living people rather than ghostly voices when facing overwhelming problems. I've connected with other single mothers in our building and neighborhood, creating a support network that helps all of us manage the challenges of raising children with limited resources. Sometimes I think about Yuki and how different her story might have been if she had known about the assistance programs that were available to her. Her phantom boarding announcements came from a genuine desire to help other struggling mothers, but her perspective was limited by her own tragic experience. The final boarding call that Yuki offered was real, and it did provide escape from financial stress and parenting pressure. But it also meant abandoning the children we loved and leaving them to wonder why their mothers had chosen to leave them. The express service to final destination was a one-way journey that solved temporary problems by creating permanent separation. I learned that the most loving choice a struggling mother can make isn't to remove herself from her child's life, but to seek help, accept support, and remember that difficult circumstances are temporary, while the bond between mother and child can last a lifetime. Hana is now in kindergarten, thriving in school, and excited about learning new things every day. Our financial situation has stabilized through a combination of assistance programs, better employment, and careful budgeting. Most importantly, we both understand that our family is valuable and worth preserving, even when times are difficult. The Phantom train still runs its route between despair and final destination, offering passage to mothers who feel they have no other options. But there are always other choices available to those who are willing to seek help from the living world, rather than accepting solutions offered by the spirits of those who couldn't find their way through similar struggles. Every morning when I take Hannah to school and every evening when I pick her up, I'm grateful that I chose to step away from Platform 2 and toward the people and programs that helped us build a life together. Some journeys are worth taking, but the final boarding call should never be answered when there are still living people who care about your destination.